See, I don't exactly know who this person was who called me, but he hung up before I could ask him again. But
Oh,
Josh at Comcast. I don't know.
wow. That's awesome.
So we'll see.
Okay, cool.
It's still there tomorrow.
That's awesome.
welcome to the City of Tacoma Parks City Council meeting. I will call us to order. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember Dabala,
Here.
Councilmember Costick,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Searcy.
Here.
Everyone's here.
Great, thank you so much. In starting our meeting this evening, I just want to first acknowledge, as we did last week, the killing of George Floyd and many others around our country, to police violence, and to also thank our community for the peaceful march and demonstration that took place on Sunday, as well as many of the others that have taken place across our community for the last few weeks. Many members of our community have come out, along Elm Avenue, on Carroll, and in different parts. Some have been smaller and some have been larger gatherings and protests. And I thank the members of our community for coming out and supporting each other and voicing their opposition to the police violence that is taking the lives of Black and Brown people across communities in our country. So thank you, everyone. Looking at our agenda moving forward, I just wanted to let people know that we will be having a virtual town hall on Tuesday evening with our state delegation to talk about police issues in the state, particularly some of the work that they've already begun doing, looking at reforms that can be done. As a reminder, our delegate, David Moon, has been named by Speaker Jones to a group of delegates that are looking at the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. In addition, our state senator is the chair of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate. So along with Delegate Charkoudian and Delegate Wilkins, we will join them on Tuesday evening. There's information on the city website, and we invite people to send in their questions and tune in on Tuesday night and also be able to send in their questions. This will be, I think, one of many discussions that will be happening in the community, and I'm glad that they were available to kind of start us off. Then on next Wednesday evening, at our city council meeting, for the record, we have two proclamations. It will be World Refugee Day and Pride Month proclamations. Our voting session next week, the council will be considering a resolution regarding council salaries. I just want to let my colleagues know the city attorney was still working on those, and they will be posted by the end of the week for your review. We will also be voting on single reading ordinances for engineering services, as well as a single reading ordinance awarding a contract for a lunch and learn program, and a single reading ordinance awarding a contract for election services. Our discussions on next Wednesday will be a discussion of options for fringe benefits for future councils with our city Human Resources Director. This is a continuation of the conversation we began with the Compensation Committee. And then our police chief will be joining us on next Wednesday to discuss policing in Tacoma Park. Again, kind of a continuation of the town hall that we will be having on Tuesday evening. And again, these are just kind of beginning conversations to make sure people learn more about what is now taking place in the city and what are some of the areas we want to look into in the future. Then on Wednesday, June 24th, we will have a work session on our Grants Review Committee report and recommendations for FY21 grants, a recap of the 2020 legislative session and discussion of legislative priorities for the next session in Annapolis. And tentatively, we will have a discussion of tree canopy goal resolution and our tree ordinance amendments. And then on Wednesday, July 1st, we will have our voting session. It'll be a single reading ordinance awarding FY21 community grants. And tentatively, we'll have a resolution adopting the tree canopy goals, and tentatively a first reading ordinance amending the tree ordinance. And that is what we have to date on our council agenda. This evening, before we get into public comments, we want to recognize two of the graduating members of our youth council. We have with us this evening George Ashford and Jason Kaplan. And we want to thank both of them for their service on the youth council. And I don't know, can we get their video on? Can we see them? I don't know if other people can see them. I can see George and Jason.
Hello, yes.
Hi, George. Hi, Jason. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and thank you for all your work on the Youth Council. I will say, George, I know the Youth Council is about 3 years old now, and you were one of
That's
the
right.
very first members on the council.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I did have pictures of you from that first year, but I did not bring them tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, I look a lot different.
But you do look a lot different looking at pictures of that first youth council 3 years ago.
Right.
So I just want to thank you and Jason for all that you've done, and tell us, what are your plans for next year?
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure. I've really liked getting to know all you guys and being able to work with you through the Youth Council. Next year, I plan to enroll at Claremont McKenna College, COVID permitting. I'm looking into a gap year, but as of right now, I'm still planning to enroll, and that's right outside of LA.
Great. Terrific. And Jason, what are your plans coming up?
Well, similarly to George, I'd just like to say thank you guys for this opportunity. I've really enjoyed serving on the Youth Council alongside all my peers. And next year, I plan on attending the University of Denver, which is, I guess, more in the suburbs of Denver, kind of outside of the city. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be open. At least that's the plan. And as of right now, I'm undecided on a major, but I'm just really excited to go and explore a new place and be in higher education. I've been looking forward to it for a while.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I just want to send the thanks of our entire city council for all the work you've done on the Youth Council, particularly these first couple of years. Getting a new city committee and council underway takes a lot of work, and we appreciate all of your efforts. So please stay in touch, and hopefully we'll be able maybe to meet in person before you take off for college.
Hopefully.
Great. Well, have a good summer.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great. Our next item tonight is a proclamation for Chesapeake Awareness Week. I will read the proclamation. Whereas the Chesapeake Bay is the largest and has been the most productive estuary in the United States, with its watershed spanning 6 states and the District of Columbia. And whereas the Tacoma Park City Council has in past years recognized the Chesapeake Bay watershed as an extraordinary and vital natural resource and ecosystem, with some of the nation's most productive farm and forest lands, a seafood source of major economic importance, as well as an integral part of Maryland's history and heritage. Whereas the Chesapeake Bay watershed is home to more than 18 million people, many of whom rely upon the watershed's natural resources for their livelihood and recreation. And whereas Tacoma Park is in the Sligo portion of the Potomac watershed, which is important to the character and quality of life of our community and ultimately the health of the Chesapeake Bay. And whereas living within the Chesapeake Bay watershed with its rich history, economic and recreational importance and environmental significance reminds us all of the responsibility we have to protect the bay and our local streams from runoff, pollutants, and litter. And whereas the city of Tacoma Park and its residents take these responsibilities seriously, as evidenced by the city's innovative stormwater management program and forward-thinking environmental initiatives such as Safe Grow Lawn Chemicals ban, bans on polystyrene, plastic bags, and plastic straws, tree protection measures, and non-governmental and volunteer efforts such as Friends of Sligo Creek Stewardship of the Watershed. And whereas the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments has annually recognized the importance of Chesapeake Bay Week awareness and has encouraged its members to do the same, now therefore I, Kate Stewart, Mayor of the City of Tacoma Park, Maryland, on behalf of residents, council, and staff, proclaim June 6th through the 14th, 2020 as Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week in Tacoma Park, and urge all residents to recognize the importance of this observance and to recognize the importance of protecting and cherishing the Bay watershed. Thank you very much. And I just want to recognize Councilwoman Dabala, who serves on, and I'm going to mess up the name of it, the Chesapeake Bay something for COG.
Policy Committee.
The Chesapeake Bay Committee, thank you.
Yes.
And so all her work on that and making sure to bring us back information and that we continue as a city to work on the protection of the Chesapeake Bay. So thank you, Councilwoman Dabala.
May I say a word or two?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to make the connection between a healthier bay and healthier people, and people of all sorts. I want to highlight that cleaner water results in many other things, but cleaner health for especially our more vulnerable communities, and access to the bay and access to the river, to the riverways is a very important issue as well. Tomorrow I'll be going to the Anacostia River Watershed Association meeting virtually, and talking about some of these, the intersection of some of these issues. And I just want to close by saying that it all does wind up in the bay. Thank you.
Great, wonderful. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to public comments. We have two people who have signed up for comments this evening, Ms. Mary Jane Machui and Mr. Matt Losak. I don't see Ms. Machui, but I do believe Mr. Losak is here. Am I correct, Ms. Carpenter?
He is here, and he should be able to unmute himself and make his comment.
Mhm.
Am I on? Am I on?
We can, yes.
There
we
I
can
am. Oh my God.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. And sorry about the close up on my hair. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I thought was necessary and about time. I'm the co-chair, co-executive director, and co-founder of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. I'm also the chair of the Silver Spring Citizens Advisory Board. The Renters Alliance is an alliance of more than 30 nonprofit, civic organizations, religious, political, and so on, that work toward establishing and advancing renters' rights, helping to stabilize the affordability of rental housing and the quality of rental housing. And we've been working with the Tacoma Park since we were founded more than a decade ago. But in the last year or two, we've been working very closely with the Tacoma Park Department of Housing under the new leadership of Grace Wiggins. And we just wanted to express our appreciation for her outstanding leadership in this area. We have worked with tenants in Montgomery and all over Montgomery County, but certainly in Tacoma Park. But now we really have a partner who understands the conditions that renters live in. In my experience, is working tirelessly to advance those interests and protect those renters in ways we just haven't seen before. And especially now with the COVID-19 pandemic, tenants are increasingly under terrible pressure, economically and otherwise, with property managers pressuring them to keep their buildings clean, tenants who have lost their jobs and are now facing difficulty paying their rent, with an eviction moratorium that's going to be lifted July 25th, and with people having to stay at home in difficult circumstances. So again, I just wanted to commend Kate Stewart and the council for having the wisdom to put on a leader in the Department of Housing who knows what she's doing, has a passion for it, and as far as I can tell is indefatigable. So we haven't had that before, and we sure need more of her. So thank you very much, and please support her as best you can. She's got more than enough to do, as do we.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss, very much for coming this evening, and thank you for all you're doing for renters in Montgomery County. I just checked. I do not believe Mr. Machui has joined us, and we can, so then we will move on to council comments. And Ms. Carpenter, if we do see Ms. Matui join us, since we didn't have many public comments tonight, we could probably take her after council comments.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Let's see. I have Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. With the heightened interest in policing and so many suggestions of how to improve policing, I want to take a minute and share a little of what I've learned at Tacoma Park City Council. In 1998, the year before I was first elected to the council, I read an article in a local newspaper in which a woman in my neighborhood complained that Tacoma Park police officers regularly used excessive force when interacting with young non-white men. This really piqued my interest as I made plans for representing my neighbors on the city council. It took a lot of research and almost 2 years to confirm the allegations and to do something about it. By then, I was on the city council. I felt good that the steps taken to address the problem accomplished two important things. One, it put the Tacoma Park police officers on notice that they very well might be held accountable for their actions. And two, the public became aware that racial bias played a role in our city police department. Although there were noticeable improvements in the department, I grew increasingly disappointed through the years that racial bias remained embedded in our police department. I think it's important to point out that when we talk about the police, we're talking about individuals. No group of people can or should be described by characteristics implying that everyone in the group has the same feelings or act in the same manner. That's true of police officers as well as other groups of people. Through the years, I grew to understand that it wasn't just a problem with individual officers or even with one or two people in the police management. It was cultural. It was a cultural issue that required changes from the top down. The problem was not caused by a bad officer. Police management who overlooked or condoned the bad behavior lead officers to believe that such behavior is acceptable and even encouraged. Too little transparency makes oversight difficult, and even public apathy and forgiving attitudes seem to hamper making improvements. For example, I've seen a court trial when an officer admitted doing wrong, had the jury find him innocent, seemingly because they are usually willing to give the officers the benefit of the doubt. It was not until the city council, under Mayor Stewart's leadership, in collaboration with city manager Suzanne Ludlow, addressed the problem head on, that I've seen changes that truly put the city on a path toward a better, fairer, and healthier police department. The first step in this process was to hire a new police chief, Tony Duvall, who espouses an understanding of the issue and a vision for the department we all want. Since joining Tacoma Park, Chief Duvall has made great headway in changing the culture of the department and implementing right-minded accountability that sets the desired goals for fairness. However, cultures do not change overnight, and in my opinion, a good culture is not all we need. I believe that Tacoma Park should be a leader in implementing a new vision for public safety. President Barack Obama published the report on the 21st century policing, but we should be looking far beyond that model. Now is not the time to disparage Tacoma Park's police officers or to talk about defunding or eliminating our police. Instead, we need to take positive action to move us forward. Please hear this. We should immediately establish a task force comprised of a cross-section of city staff and community leaders to design a whole new approach to ensuring public safety. This group should have two goals. One, develop a vision with goals for 21st century public safety in Tacoma Park. And two, recommend strategies for attaining that vision, including changes in the government structure and approaches for attaining the goals. The need for law enforcement will not go away, but we can attain a safer environment in Tacoma Park by actively searching for people who need guidance to improve their lives and minimize their need for illegal alternatives. I look forward to working with a group such as I've just proposed in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. Any other council members have comments this evening? Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And I do want to thank Councilmember Siemens for that great statement, which had a lot of really valuable historical perspective for all of us. And I agree with him that we do need to think about alternatives to some of the ways that we're doing things. And I've seen a lot of very convincing comments about that in what I've been watching and hearing over the last few weeks. And I think, to me, it's not so much stopping doing everything we're doing now, but doing more than we're doing now in a lot of different ways, and not just focused on enforcement, but on other ways that we can be more supportive to our communities than we currently are. And so I look forward to that type of conversation. I do want to say, and I think the mayor mentioned it earlier, I was very impressed, happy to be there at the march and rally that happened here in Tacoma Park on Sunday. And I'm guessing there were a couple of thousand people there. I'm not really sure how to make that calculation, but if you were standing sort of midway between the gazebo and the junction, all you could see was people in both directions all the way through on Carroll Avenue. So I think for our community of 17,000, maybe there were a few folks from elsewhere too there. I thought it was a great turnout and really peaceful, and a lot of great messages that we heard from the people who participated. So I was glad to be there. Just a few other things I wanted to mention. I want to thank those who participated in the virtual community discussion that I hosted last night. It was a good discussion, a relatively small number of people compared to some of the others. And I know a couple of people couldn't get on. I apologize for that technology. We'll try to get that worked out for the future, but we did have some good discussions on police and trees and some of the other topics that we're all going to be working on over the next couple of weeks. I did want to mention, for those who are concerned mainly in North Tacoma about the Montgomery College Math Science Building project, there's going to be another forum, online forum. This one will be on Tuesday, the 23rd, and specifically on trees and other aspects of the land surrounding the site. So I'll be sending out information on that, but people should keep their eye out for it. And then lastly, I think this is something that the city manager will be talking about in the comments, and so we can wait for it to be done then or now. With regard to the upcoming closure of portions of one portion of Laurel Avenue, and I know there's just an initial description of that now, but I do want to make sure that all the additional factors that we included in the resolution that authorize that, including the parking and traffic and social distancing and access for pedestrians, and ensuring that there's public space for people who aren't patrons of the businesses and so on, that all those things are part of the process that we put in motion, it sounds like later this week, to have that area open. And so, again, I don't mind waiting until the city manager comments to hear the details on that, but I think it's essential that we put a lot of work into that resolution, and just want to make sure that those points are appropriately included in the reopening that we do undertake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Kovar. Councilwoman Kostic is next.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I, first of all, just want to start off by thanking the Chief of Police for his recent post addressing some of the policies in Tacoma Park and the 8 Can't Wait recommendations. I thought it was really useful to start to see some information about how our policies line up, and in some cases don't, or need, there's more to be done in some cases, and in other cases many of the policies are already lining up with some of those recommendations. And I thought that was a useful start to this discussion, and I am very much looking forward to having the discussion and really having wide community involvement and an opportunity to really delve into how we can address the nationwide and local challenges that we are facing with policing and with racial justice, and ensuring that we have a safe community, particularly for our members of our community who are Black and Brown and who face, a history of and current discrimination and violence in many cases. So I am very much looking forward to that discussion. I'm hoping to explore many of the recommendations that I've gotten from residents over the past couple of weeks, and I encourage people to continue to share those with me. I think people have shared great ideas that they've gotten from other cities and articles that they've seen, as well as things that they have themselves thought of. And I'm really looking forward to continuing that discussion and talking about both how we can be a leader in improving our police department and making sure that we are a model, as we like to be, for other communities as well. And also that we're addressing the specific needs that we have here in Tacoma Park. So I want to thank everyone for that, and very much look forward to having those discussions, because I think that's very important as we move forward. Just a couple of quick announcements. First of all, I want to very much thank Public Works and the contractors who are working on the sidewalk along Carroll Avenue from the junction to the bridge. It is really, really exciting to see progress being made and a new sidewalk going in along a state highway, which is something we've been talking about for a long time. And I'm really excited to see that going in. And I've heard a lot of appreciation from folks about the fact that we'll have a new and improved sidewalk with improved drainage, and that this is going to be a big improvement for the neighborhood and for everyone who walks through this area. I originally announced last week that we were planning on having a BF Gilbert Neighborhood Association tomorrow. We have moved that to next Thursday at 7 p.m. We will have a virtual meeting, and we'll be getting the word out with the login information for that. So I hope people will join. And then finally, just building off of what Councilmember Kovar said regarding the Laurel Avenue closure, I'm also looking forward to hearing some more information from the city manager on that, and what thoughts have been given to signage and to working with the neighborhood to announce this and make sure that we are addressing any traffic considerations. So I'll look forward to that information soon. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councilman Dabala.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So tonight I've got 3 things on my mind, and one I already talked about, the Bay. The second is COVID. And I mentioned before that we've lost a Ward 2 resident to Beatrice Cordero Osea to COVID, a child care provider, a small business owner, a long-term resident, and originally an immigrant from another country. The GoFundMe program is set up for anyone who would like to get the link. Just contact me. A family could really use the help. On the police, which is the third thing that's on my mind, last week I said how sad and angry I am about racial injustice in policing. That hasn't changed. I'm still sad and angry, but I think I agree with the council members before me that this is now a moment when it is possible to ask the big questions here locally and to reimagine to ask the question, what do we want out of public safety in this town, and how do we get it? I think it's not just a police issue. It's not just a city issue. It's a county and state issue. It's a public safety and a racial issue. And I want to thank the chief for his leadership up until now, and to the officers and civilian staff, of which there are quite a few. Thank you for your dedication during this challenging time, shall we say, for supporting our community the way that you do. And I do look forward next week to starting the conversation and continuing it in whatever ways we can under the stay-at-home order. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Comments regarding the police department. I hope that these conversations will continue. I hope that we can find real opportunities for change, but I don't think that a year from now, 2 years from now, we will see many things that are different. And that has absolutely nothing to do with our chief of police. Chief Duvall, excellent guy. He understands, I think, where the council is coming from, but the powers against truly making a new vision of our police department are just very strong, historical in this country, been a part of this country since we had slavery, and are not just going to change their ways because there are a number of protests for a week around the country. It's just not going to happen. And many officers just have a different vision of policing Black and brown communities than they do white communities. That's just a fact. And when they approach Black and brown people, it's just a completely different viewpoint, a way of using force, and a way of interaction. This is an issue that I don't even see the state tackling, because once again, the police union is very, very strong, and they are not going to change the rights that their officers have currently, because a number of people, primarily on the Democratic side of the aisle, are demanding it. I would say that most police officers are Republicans, and that this is just not their fight. Maybe we can see some different practices. I like Councilmember Seaman's idea of a task force, but I would like to have most of the people on it that actually look like the majority in this town that have these interactions with the police department. But that's going to be very difficult because maybe they might feel retribution. Maybe they do not want to tell their story. I think that would be helpful. I do not want to take any ideas that are bubbling up off the table, like defund the police. I don't think it means what so many people are trying to pigeonhole it into. I think it really means taking some resources from the police department and putting them into other things that may help communities around Tacoma Park, the county, the state that really need it, whether it's housing, whether it's helping people that are unemployed, whether it's mental health. Let police do what police are very good at, and that's protect and serve. and find a way to bring on experts in these other areas that the police department has been asked to handle. And that's just not what they're good at. Last week, the mayor mentioned that there was a statement that was put out by the council that talked about Floyd and the other Black folks that were murdered by the police. I don't recall ever signing on to that statement. So I put out my own personal statement that you can find on social media. I recently, the executive committee of the Maryland Municipal League, we put out a statement.
Your phone's ringing off the hook.
Yeah, and I'm trying to stop it. There we go. Recently, the Maryland Municipal League Executive Committee put out a statement on the Black folks that have recently been murdered by the police department. I worked with the 4 other members of the committee to help draft that statement. And then finally, I was really proud that my fraternity has taken the lead on putting out statements about the situation that is going on in this country, an organization that my late father became a member of in 1964. Finally, I want to thank Small Things Matter for all their work in Ward 5, making sure that the people that can't eat can eat. I appreciate all of Roxanne's help. And I am going to work on making sure that more multifamily buildings in the ward can come online and have regular produce and other food. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Councilmember Smith. And I do just want to clarify if I misspoke last week. The council has not put out a statement on George Floyd. Our chief of police put out a statement. And last week I was thanking Councilwoman Searcy for the block she posted on her own personal reflection. So I apologize if I misspoke, but the council as a whole has not put out a statement. Councilwoman Searcy?
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. So first, I want to echo the sentiments of many of the colleagues tonight on the council. I think it's critically important for us right now to acknowledge the good work that our police have, particularly under the leadership of Chief Duvall, have put forward, and the efforts and the strides that he's put in place to change the culture of policing in the city of Takoma Park. But I agree with Councilmember Siemens that there's a lot of work that we still have to do. I recognize that there are a lot of desires to act swiftly in terms of making changes in how the city of Takoma Park polices. But I acknowledge, and a part of me also acknowledges Councilmember Smith's level of skepticism about the effectiveness of rushing to make moves when we don't have the right people at the table to really acknowledge and understand the source of the problem, when we haven't taken the time to really do a deeper dive in terms of the levels of government and changes that need to happen at multiple levels of government in order to really realize the change that's needed in the city of Takoma Park. But I'm willing to do the work, and I hope that others are as well. I agree with Councilmember Siemens in terms of bringing folks together to form a committee to talk more about changes that need to happen. But I want to urge that we are predominantly targeting people of color in the city of Tacoma Park. We don't need another committee of the same people who show up day in, day out, who don't look like the people who are experiencing the trials and tribulations that we're talking about right now. So whatever we can do to make sure that Black and brown, particularly young Black men in the city of Tacoma Park, have a seat at the table is absolutely critical. It doesn't make sense for us to do it if we can't ensure that that happens. I also want to say how much I appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to have the town hall with the District 20 delegation next week. But I think, you know, the town hall is great, but we need that strategy, and we need the same level of fire that people have right now to continue. And the lobbying that's not just on behalf of the council, but also on behalf of residents in the city of all races and creeds to really put some fire behind the actions that need to move forward, because that's the only way we're going to really see change. And I know that there's been lots of discussions on various listservs about defunding the police. But I would actually say that, you know what, if we really want to see change in policing in the city of Tacoma Park, we need to own it, and not kind of defunding or relying on the county's police force to do some of the services in the city of Tacoma Park means we lose that ability to dictate the change, right? So I think it's really important for us to continue to stay the course, but to ramp up. I think the fact that we have a lot of attention right now is critical. I mean, that's important, but we don't, I said during the last council meeting, you know, a movement is temporary. This needs to be a change in hearts and minds, right? And that's going to require a long approach to making the necessary changes. So again, I appreciate Councilmember Siemens' words, because I think they were really spot on, and definitely look forward to continuing to engage on addressing potential solutions. On another note, just want to remind folks that we have the Hillwood Manor Playground first design meeting. I'm going to keep saying it every week until the 23rd. It's on June the 23rd. And so I just want to remind everyone to please just keep track of the our website that we now have for the playground redesign. And it will be remote. So definitely I will send out reminders to everyone to please just log in for that meeting. And also residents have mentioned that it might be helpful if you have children to have them also participate in the meeting, just to offer any suggestions and the like. So definitely want to encourage people to participate in the Hillwood Manor Playground Design meeting. Also just want to give everyone a Crossroads Farmers Market tip that I learned today. Go early. Go early to the farmers market. It is awesome, but man, were they busy today. So definitely want to encourage people to come out on Wednesdays to the Crossroads Farmers Market and to go early to make sure that you are able to get some of the best produce around. So definitely, again, want to remind folks about the Crossroads Farmers Market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Searcy. Let's see, I think all the council members went. I just have a couple of things. I want to thank Delegate Sharkoudian, particularly for her assistance with a number of residents who have been trying to get their unemployment benefits. Grace Wiggins on our city staff and Delegate Sharkoudian's office has really been helping a number of people in our city. I want to thank them for that. In addition, I want to remind folks that if they see those old 1980s neighborhood watch signs, that we are taking those down. And we have a list of them that Public Works is keeping, but just so you don't flood the Public Works email, please send them to me and I can compile them and send them to our head of Public Works. So just email me at katess@tacomapark md.gov. And then also just to let folks know, I've been asked by the county executive to sit on a, I guess, I don't know if it's a task force roundtable. We meet once a week on Thursdays to talk about assistance that businesses and retail need during the reopening. And so working closely with Laura Barkley at OTBA and Kaylee Gunnard of the CDA and our own staff to represent the needs of the businesses. So, but if anyone has any other input on that, please send it to me. I'd also like to take a moment and speak about policing issues and want to thank my colleagues who have spoken before me. Particularly, thank you to Councilwoman Searcy and all she has and what she just expressed is what we need to move forward. And as well as my colleagues, when we talk about, the violence against Black and Brown communities across this country, we know this is only one part of the systemic injustices that they face. And this is really our moment to not only rethink how we do policing in our communities, but to reimagine how we address public safety. And we need to think about what that means for us here in Takoma Park. We have a lot of work to do here at the city government level, at our community level, and even in our day-to-day interactions with each other. I do want to acknowledge that this is work that was started by a number of years ago when Councilmember Smith pushed us to adopt a racial equity framework for the city's work on this. Since then, city council members, staff, and community members have begun to go through trainings and work to implement this framework in the city. And as I said, there's still a lot of work to be done to operationalize the racial equity framework that we committed to. And that in Takoma Park, that means a number of things for us. It means that we need to look at our policies here at home, as well as advocate at the state level. And I'm glad that on Tuesday night, we're going to be looking at those efforts with our state delegation. And I completely agree with Councilwoman Searcy, who said that won't be enough. We need to move forward and do other things to look at issues here in the city. And I want to remind people also and think back to the process we had, and Councilmember Siemens mentioned this when we started our search for a new police chief. During that process, working with the city manager and the deputy city manager at the time, we convened discussion groups with residents, in particular working with the rec department. We held discussions with young people of color in our community to hear what they want out of a police chief. The council worked after hearing input from residents and created a resolution which outlined our vision for leadership in our police department. I want to read just two of the whereas clauses that we had in that resolution. The first was that the primary goal of the Takoma Park Police Department shall be to promote public safety and to protect all residents while respecting and upholding their dignity and rights. And another was that Takoma Park prides itself on being an innovative community, and our police department must be innovative and embrace new techniques, approaches, and continuous learning in order to uphold the values of our community. And I believe we're at a time right now where it is time again, as my colleagues have said before me, to bring together our community, to work on thinking about how we can really reimagine public safety. And I do believe that these conversations need to be led by and have those people most impacted in our community do this work with us. And so I look forward to thinking through how we do this and continuing the many conversations we've all been having on this. So thank you, and thank you everyone for your comments this evening. And now I turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you very much. Today, County Executive Mark Elridge announced that Montgomery County is likely going to move into have some additional reopening activities as part of phase 2 reopening of the pandemic. Please check the Montgomery County website and listen to social media, because the situation remains fluid and they've not made a definite determination as to which date would move into this phase 2 reopening. I want to note that City of Tacoma Park governmental facilities will remain closed to the public, and most work will continue to be done remotely, except for our public works and police services. The police department is open for emergency services and can be accessed through the police lobby on the lower level of Maple Avenue entrance. Please wear a mask when entering the building. We're going to be following along at the various openings, but just as we're opening right now, because some of the numbers are going down, in other parts of the country, they're going up, and different groups that have started have had to work their way back. So this is something to keep monitoring. And at this point, the City of Tacoma Park actions are going to really focus on safety. Number of the council members mentioned Laurel Avenue. So consistent with the City Council resolution, which was 2020-13, we are working with businesses and reviewing public and private spaces across Tacoma Park to help support the small businesses and to advance public health by allowing the use of those spaces for outdoor seating, sales, and customer pickup. So tomorrow we will begin by closing the business side travel lane of Laurel Avenue to allow for foot traffic, outdoor seating at and near businesses in the area. We will have barriers and signs being put up. The layout of the space here and elsewhere around the city is to be done to reinforce social distancing protocols and to allow for handicapped accessibility. I've temporarily waived fees for the outdoor seating permits that are available under the right now, and we will be monitoring the operations of all of the spaces. We'll make adjustments as needed to meet the safety and the other goals of the council resolution. We'll have also a link for community feedback on those spaces available starting on Friday. I've got a link to the outdoor cafe permit page, which includes a lot of this information, but this is greater than just outdoor cafe permits. So we will look for a better way to centralize that information and get it out. I know that there's going to be a lot of back and forth with the neighborhood. I'm sorry, I don't have all of the information on that this evening, but we'll share promptly with council members. I do think that it's important to act quickly, though, because we keep opening and people are going to gather. We already see them gathering closely, so we need to set these things up so that they can adequately space themselves and so that the public health can be protected. I wanted to note tomorrow there will be a town hall on law enforcement and policing with the various chiefs of police in Montgomery County, including Chief Duvall. That'll be at 7 p.m. It'll be on the Montgomery County Facebook page and on the county's cable television stations. So I have a link to that item. As was already mentioned, there's the June 16th, Tuesday, District 20 delegation town hall discussion on policing. I appreciate the various comments that council members made about policing and that we do have to look at these various levels of government. The state laws make an enormous impact on what we can do in the city of Tacoma Park. As we talk about these, I do hope that we talk also about mental health and the importance of community mental health. We lost our services when the Washington Adventist Hospital services closed for those inpatient services, but we really need community mental health. So as we're talking with our state delegation, I don't want to just limit the discussion to policing because we are talking about all of these various items. And it would be wonderful to have partners with community mental health assistance in our community. Switching gears. So Saturday, a lot going on. One thing is hazardous waste pickup for the residents. They can, between 10 and 2, drive through the Public Works facility and drop off their hazardous waste. You enter from Oswego, you drive through the Public Works yard and come out on Ritchie. Tacoma Park residents can drop off the waste for free. Non-residents are charged a $10 fee, and all kinds of public health protocols will be followed, but it'll be a good regular process for us to get the hazardous waste picked up. Also on Saturday, the high school graduation congratulatory drive will go in a big circle through Tacoma Park. It's just going to be great. Want everybody to celebrate. I know that it's going to be predominantly Blair students and families and a number of folks from outside of Tacoma Park, but it's for anybody that graduated, and we can celebrate. Their names can be read on Tacoma radio, decorate your yard, think of nice things, cheer the seniors on. And, this is something that we're really discouraging people from stopping as they go on this. Stop at the stop signs, obey traffic laws, but this isn't a get out and hug your neighbor. This isn't, we just have to keep it moving for safety protocol. It'll be in cars and bicycles. Cheer people on, but keep the social distancing and make it a really great tribute to our graduates. One of the things they'll be going by, we'll have a little bit of a concert at the same time at the corner of Carroll and Central Avenues by a wonderful musician named Sarah Hughes. And so that's part of our roadside attraction series. She is she plays saxophone, clarinet, and flute, wide range of music. And so that will be delightful. So the graduates can see it and hear it on their way past that location. I wanted to note, though, that one of the things that I'm really proud about is that the various artists and our librarians and a variety of our residents and staff, because of these times, are looking at ways that they can respond to the concerns of the day. And in the last of the roadside attractions, the Arson Sambatyan Quartet had a special piece that they developed called I Can't Breathe. And we've got librarians identifying a number of books for children for how to process and think about and learn about what's going on. And I appreciate that people step up on that. It is part of what makes a community, and it helps us learn, which I appreciate. Speaking of the library, the Spanish Circle Time is returning virtually. Very excited about this. I get to watch it for the first time. I always felt I couldn't go in to watch the little kids when they're doing it. Now I can watch virtually. So beginning Thursday, June 25th at 10:30 a.m., Senora Gesa will be doing her weekly program on Zoom. So follow the library's page for the meeting ID and password. The children's librarian, Katie Nolfi, she's been doing great stuff. If you want to watch really fun book readings and things with her kids, she's been wonderful. She has now created 50 craft bags for kids. They're for children 3 years of age and up. Our housing manager, Grace Wiggins, contributed decorative children's size masks for each child. And these packages will be distributed to families in Tacoma Park. So that's pretty neat. And then pretty soon our rec department is going to have a similar kind of summer camp thing with packages of materials. The libraries will begin contactless book borrowing soon, but we're waiting for some more books to come back. So folks, if you borrowed books, please return them. We want to make this move. We want to move this on. On a different note, the Federal Communications Commission did a very quick declaratory order on small cell tower regulations. They acted yesterday. The attorneys that are helping represent municipalities are reading through the action to learn what it all means. This was a sudden action taken in the middle of a pandemic with almost no notice. And it is primarily, every indication is that it's to help the small cell tower industry and reduce the number of controls that municipalities and jurisdictions can have over the right of way. So we will share that information. We did partner on a statement opposing this approach, but I'm not sure what has happened. And so when we find out that information, we will share it. Tacoma Park Youth Council, please, folks, sign up for the Tacoma Park Youth Council. Everybody that I know who's been on the Youth Council has added just terrific information to me and other staff about issues in this area. And a number of them are going on to do great things. So it's a wonderful opportunity for folks. So I hope people do sign up for the Tacoma Park Youth Council for rising 7th to 12th grade students. And just to note, I'm technically on vacation. Thank you to Jessica Clark for holding down the fort this week. I will be back on Monday. Any other things?
I think Councilman Costick has her hand up.
Yes, thank
Yes, ma'am.
you. Thank you very much for the information about Laurel Avenue. I would really appreciate it if those signs that we discussed previously were in place tomorrow when it is closed, so that we're directing the traffic around in the opposite direction. I have to say, I wish we would have gotten some additional notice on this. I mean, I feel like we talked about it last week, and we've made it pretty clear for the Wacko neighborhood that there's a lot of interest in knowing when this is going to be closed. So, I mean, I see that I got an email, late this afternoon, and we're talking about it now, but it's happening tomorrow. And I know there's not a whole lot that the neighborhood is going to do in order to prepare for it, but I do think it would be good to hear about it before the night before, given the discussions we've had about the interest in knowing when it's going to happen and preparing and understanding the process as well. I also am curious about the fees, because I think we discussed that briefly when we voted last week. And the sense I got was that it didn't seem like that was a big burden on the businesses. And I actually support waiving the fees. I don't have a problem with that, but it just seems contradictory to sort of what we discussed last week. So I'd just like to hear a little more on that.
Well, that was, when I looked through what the fees were, they're somewhat complex for a variety of different actions that are related to this. And I just felt that it was a burden to try to go through those various steps and then pay those funds when we're really trying to help the businesses. So I appreciate that they are filling out the paperwork so that we can make sure that they're adhering to noise and other safety regulations and that kind of thing. But it didn't make sense to me to charge a fee for it at this time. So that I don't remember exactly how the discussion went last week. I'm sorry, but that's where I ended up when I was talking about it, I think 2 days ago. So it has been a very quick moving process. I know we're trying to deal with the fact that there's these streets are opening up in different places right around us. And this quick movement with the county makes me very concerned that if we don't have these spacing, this larger space in place, that we will really have too much crowding around the businesses. So I think that was part of this, but I appreciate your comments. And we'll continue to try to work with the neighborhood on that.
Okay, seeing no other questions for the city manager at this time. I think Ms. Machui joined us, is that correct?
Ms. Machui is here, and I thought I unmuted her.
Looks like she's still muted.
Mary Jane.
Hi,
There she is.
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Good.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm having problems navigating the system. I'm sorry for my lateness. I just wanted to sort of tap along with what other council members have said about the police. And I'm really unhappy that the police are expected to be social workers in addition to being police work. And I think it's inappropriate that they're expected to help people in mental health crises. I mean, why can't, I think this is more than a city thing. Like Councilman Smith said, it's a state, county, and city should all work together immediately. It's an immediate problem to help people who are having emotional crises, who are unarmed, like Robert White in Silver Spring. There's no reason at all he should have been shot dead. There's no reason at all. I mean, people should, and going further into other states, Sandra Bland had bipolar like I have, so I empathize with her. As far as I know, they threw her in a jail cell and didn't give her her meds. And they said she killed herself. Well, they killed her. If you have an acute mental health problem and you're not allowed to take your meds, I mean, that's murder to me. And it just, it needs to be this crisis intervention training. I think last I heard about half of the police department had taken it, but it should be all of them. And I don't blame the police so much. It's because the bosses of the police are letting this happen. The police are just the messengers. And I just really, they need this crisis intervention training immediately, all of them. And we need the county and the state all to work together, not just the city. Only reason I complain to the city because I figured you all have more power and they listen to you more than me. So hopefully you'll be an intermediate. You will help be a liaison between me and other people with mental health issues and Tom Hucker et al. And whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Machui. Thank you for coming tonight. I wish we had the power, but thank you. We appreciate it. And you know, we very much appreciate all that you're doing with POSNA and people in the community. Thank you. So now we will move on to our work session. We have three things on our three work sessions this evening. Our first is an update on election planning and selection of election services vendor. And am I turning it over to the city clerk?
Yes, I'll start us off if that's all right. Give me just a moment here. So just to introduce the topic, of course, as you all know very well, in 2017, the City Council changed the date of city elections to coincide with the presidential and gubernatorial general elections. In the interim, the current mayor and city council are serving a 3-year term. The next election, it's finally coming. The next election is scheduled for November 3, 2020, when a mayor and council will be elected for a 2-year term. Elections will be every 2 years thereafter. The Board of Elections has been working towards this election for several years now, and it's getting close. And Brian Ernst, the chair of the Board of Elections, is here to report what's been happening and what the plans are. I have also, on the agenda page, I posted rather late, not until today, some additional information that you may find useful. I posted a fairly detailed election budget and a fairly detailed calendar for the election. And I'd be happy to discuss any of that with you as we go through the discussion tonight. And finally, next week, we'll be asking you to vote on a vendor to assist with our election. And Brian Ernst can tell you a little bit about that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding that as well. And I see he is here. And so I introduce Brian Ernst, the chair of the Board of Elections. Uh-oh. No, we have a problem. Sound is not working, Brian.
Jesse, it looks like his, oh, there it goes.
Okay.
Did you want to ask Brian if he wants to call in and see if that
Yeah, Brian, do you want to take a minute and try doing a phone call? Yeah, sorry about this. It looks like you're muted, but I think if you want to try to call in using the information in the invitation that you got, that may work better. So in the meantime, I could fill a few minutes if you wouldn't mind. I could share the election calendar on the screen. Give me just a moment. Because I would like to point out some important dates. So bear with me a minute.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. Okay, can you see that? Okay, wonderful. So this Monday, June 8th, was the first day for anyone interested in running for office to register as someone who is interested in being a candidate or political committee. The city attorney and I just finalized the form for this today. And anyone who is planning to spend money or to accept contributions should be filing this form before they start doing that. So I wanted to point out that date. Another date that I wanted to mention that I just learned about today is that the Senate and House will be holding a hearing on the recent primary election in Maryland. And I think we may learn something at that hearing to get a sense of where the state may end up going based on the feedback they get at that hearing. So that's something to watch for. Of course, the nominating caucus is Tuesday, September 15th. And I expect that we will have absentee ballots ready to send out by Yom Kippur. So I would expect by Friday, the 25th of September, or very early the next week, we should have absentee ballots available to send out. And of course, that assumes that it is a regular election. If it's a vote by mail election, these dates everything will change. The first campaign finance report will be due on Monday, October 5th. The next one is due a mere week later on Monday, October 12th. And then in a normal schedule, early voting would begin on October 22nd and would run all the way through to the following Thursday, October 29th. On this schedule, I've noted a few dates that are state Board of Elections dates that would be relevant to our voters. So I encourage people to take a close look at that. And then Election Day, of course, is Tuesday, November 3rd. We expect the City Board of Elections and their assistants will be working to finalize the results on November 4th and be able to, if all goes well, be able to certify the results to the council on November 5th. Again, if all goes well according to this schedule, the mayor and council the new mayor and council will be sworn in on Thursday, November 12th. Now, obviously, a vote by mail election will change all these dates, and I am watching closely to see what the state will be doing, and I am talking to vendors about options for vote by mail, because we would need to have a company do that mailing for us. That would be more than we could undertake. So we're looking at that as well. Having said that, I don't know if Brian has been able to join us yet. I'm not seeing him. So in the meantime, did you have any questions based on the information that we had posted in advance of the meeting or today?
I guess I have a question. I know one of the things that has been raised in looking at the calendar of when our charter says we're supposed to finalize the results of the election and the new city council is to be sworn in. I wonder, is there any concern if we do go to vote by mail that we need to change that in our charter, and have you had a chance, and the Board of Elections had a chance to talk to the city attorney about what might need to be done?
Right, so the board is meeting tomorrow night, and I'm in communication with the city attorney about that issue as well. Because in fact, we would need to we need to clarify with the city attorney exactly what would be needed, because it would certainly change those deadlines.
Great. Let's see, Councilman DeBala and then CRC have their hands up.
Yes, thank you. So in all mail-in election, 2 questions. Do we have any sense about when the state might make such a 3 questions. When the state might make such a decision, when we would need to know in order to do the mail-in, work with the vendor to do the mail-in election? And is there such a thing as the city deciding to do a mail-in election, whether or not the state decides to do it?
So that that is an option, but we've based our plan on having this election at the same time. We're really, I believe, wedded to doing the same thing that the state does, because we don't want our voters to be confused. So, but there is the option to do a mail election regardless of what the state does. We also have the option of really promoting absentee voting in a big way. So that's another option. If we go to vote by mail, we think we're looking at between $2 and $4 per voter for the mail out and return ballot process. And think about, we have around 12,000 voters. So 12,000 potential voters. So it will change the calculus significantly. And again, I was just in touch with the elections director at Montgomery County today. And again, she doesn't know the answer, but stay tuned. I think we'll learn something at that hearing on the 16th. I think we'll get a sense. And it will be the state's decision as to whether or not to go to by mail. And I have some thoughts about what it might end up being, but I won't speculate for you. So,
and if the state does go to an all mail-in election and the city is following that, then when do we need to make a decision and hire a vendor to do the mail-in work?
Right. So I'm working to, I have one vendor quote now. I'll be gathering some additional ones so that we can move quickly to have that decision, to have an ordinance prepared for you to approve that vendor.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Councilman Searcy.
Hello, thank you so much. Couple of quick questions. One, are we prepared to have the nominating caucus virtually?
Yes. I mean, well, are we prepared today? No. But will we be prepared? Absolutely. We will have that in the plans for doing that.
Okay. And another concern that I have is really about those residents who would not be eligible to vote in a federal election, but are eligible to vote in city elections. So are, between 16 and 18-year-old undocumented residents and the like. Given the level of uncertainty in terms of what may ultimately happen, are we also budgeting for extra outreach, right? Are we doing additional mailers? Are we, is that part of the calculations as well? Because I could imagine that we're going to need to do more mailers, multiple languages to just help people to understand what they are supposed to do. And I don't want the level of change, in addition to being in a line for a federal election, to deter certain folks from voting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely are considering all that. And I was looking at the budget pretty closely today. We may need to anticipate spending more on outreach. The more confusing it is, the more outreach is going to be needed, without a doubt. I see Brian is back on. Brian, are you, do you have any opportunity to speak now?
I'm back if this is better.
There you go.
Look at that. Just had to change devices. Maybe I wore out my other laptop with all the other calls today and just stopped. So I don't want to repeat what's been discussed already, but I'm happy to provide an overview or answer questions. So perhaps if Jesse,
Brian, you might want to talk a bit about the vendor.
Sure.
And that piece of it.
Sure. So the board has reviewed a few different quotes from vendors that we received for the ballot scanning and accessible voting specifically. So we were looking for someone who could do both the work of an accessible voting system and also provide a method for scanning and tabulating ballots, and also then counting them according to ranked choice voting. There's not that many vendors that have those capabilities. So we received the 3 different quotes from IVS, from ES&S, Election Systems and Software, and then the third vendor, which, what's the name of the third one?
MK Elections.
Yes, MK Elections. So, I mean, the board really looked at this from a number of different perspectives. It wasn't purely based on a lowest cost, but really, I think, value for money. What are we getting for the services, and if it's going to meet what we need? I think, you know, our recommendation for IVS is for several reasons. One, they have a accessible voting system that they have used in many places, and it is something that they feel very comfortable with. It's fairly easy to use. It's not an extra part that they would have to add on to their work. It's actually how they got started was providing a system for using a keypad to be able to enter your vote using audio instructions. And then they have some experience with scanning ballots according to ranked choice voting rules and systems. And so that was also very appealing because we could provide a list of all the rules that Tacoma Park has around our counting, whether if you skip a rank or not, they can adjust the system for that as well. The representative from IVS gave a demonstration to the board on how the system works. I think we also had an opportunity for follow-up questions and feel like they would be the best choice for this election. I think the city clerk also reached out to some of the other places where they've worked in Connecticut and Maine, and we've gotten some feedback from them that was positive as well. I think the other vendor to also consider is the e-pollbook vendor. So the e-pollbooks is what are used to check voters in when they arrive at the polling place. It's the change from the old giant binders of the voter list. It's the tablets that you've seen before. Previously, we've used the e-pollbooks that the county uses, This year, that has been a little bit more difficult just because they will be using those e-poll books for their elections. They might have extras that we could use, but we thought it'd be useful still to look to see, is there another option for Tacoma Park that's not reliant on the county as well? And would let us then be able to train on those, because that was an issue in the last election, is we didn't get those e-poll books soon enough to do training. And so we talked to another vendor that I think is willing as a pilot to provide them at no cost for this election for Tacoma Park, and they seemed like a good choice for us. Are there anything that I missed there from either Arthur David, who I think is on the call, or the city clerk?
I just want to clarify one thing, just about the last thing. What we're really looking at tonight is the first vendor. Is that correct?
That is correct. The first vendor.
Okay.
Yeah. The second vendor, it's at no cost.
Oh, okay.
They're a reputable vendor. They wouldn't mind having the contract with Maryland and would love for us to use them in our election. And it'll be for free this election. And in 2 years, we'll have to pay somebody for the service, but it'll be free. They're a vendor that's used in quite a few states and a number of jurisdictions in Virginia. It's called No Ink, and they have a poll pad. It's the same idea. It's basically an iPad that you connect the iPads together in your location and check voters in with them. And we would still get the data from the state.
I just want to make sure I was looking at the right thing. On what we had to actually vote on next week. So
yes, right. So I wouldn't really actually be asking the council to vote on that. But I would mention one thing. There is the vendor, the IVS has an option that the board is not convinced it wants to use, and I'm not necessarily convinced either, but there is an option for a cost of $2,000 to be able to deliver, not accept, but to deliver a ballot by email, either to an overseas voter or to a voter who needs an accessible option that they could do at home. So it's a $2,000 add-on. We need to think more about it, but I would like to ask the council to include in the approval the option, the extra $2,000 as an option. And then the decision has yet to be made whether or not to use it, but I think it would be, especially if we have a vote by mail election, it would be very important to be able to get those ballots to overseas voters so they would have an opportunity to return them in time for us to get them to count.
Mm-hmm.
So
with that,
go ahead.
I wanted to know, because I know in this past for the primary on June 2nd, that there were some folks who did not receive their ballots in the mail, and then they were able to get the email.
Yes.
Would this be the same type of thing that if we
Yes.
had to go to all mail, or if somebody didn't get their absentee, even if they lived in Tacoma Park, they
Yes.
could get an email?
Yeah, so there would be that option. Again, we have to work out the details with the vendor, but I think it's something we want to have in our pocket in case we need it.
Yeah, it'll be good to hear from the hearing how many people actually had to use that this past primary.
Right.
Awesome. All right, let's go back to the list. Sorry, I jumped. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions, and a couple of these Ms. Carpenter and I talked about previously on the phone, but I think it might be worth just expanding on them. But one question first, and I don't know whether Jesse or Brian should answer this, but so for the tabulation of the results, in the past, when we did our elections in the off years as we did, was it just the board that calculated the results? And is this a difference now because of we're expecting a larger turnout, or am I wrong about how we did it before? Or if someone could explain the role of the contractor that we're talking about here.
I think Brian can explain that.
Sure. So you, Councilmember, you're correct in that the previous two elections, we counted all of the ballots by hand. The board of elections and election workers took the physical ballots and counted them using a tally sheet and paper. I think with the addition of having potentially 5 polling places and the expectation of a much larger turnout, we didn't think that it would be realistic to count those by hand, at least in a reasonable time frame. I mean, if you wanted to extend out counting for a week or a long period, that is a possibility, but in a single night, it just wouldn't really be feasible. So we looked at something that could be an electronic counting method.
And so where would that take place, and what would the sort of custody of the ballots be like? What would that process look like?
Sure. So the counting would still take place at the community center. We would do the scanning of the ballots centrally at the community center, so they would be moved from polling places to the community center and scanned there, so in public at the auditorium as it's been done in the past.
Okay. And are there any concerns either with that, using that company or the e-poll books in terms of cybersecurity? Because just everything I see about all the discussions about the elections at all levels of government that we're going to be seeing in this country in 5 months or so, it just seems like there's a huge amount of uncertainty around this, and you hear about all these outside actors, and I don't think we're exactly in anybody's crosshairs for disrupting our election, but I just wonder whether that's the concern with any of the technologies that are being discussed.
I mean, I can say it's certainly it's something that's come up for the board, and we've asked the vendors about security and what their security practices are. I think the benefit of the process we're proposing is it's still a paper ballot. It's just being scanned, so that's the hard copy of the votes are still available for review. It's only being sent through a scanner to actually help with the tabulation of the votes to speed up that process. And I think we have the records of all the votes that are available to review in case there's any question about the actual scanning and if there was some sort of interference in that.
And for the e-poll books, is that anything? I mean, we wouldn't want to have that system not working that would slow everything down, right?
Right. If I could say one thing quickly,
Sure.
None of this is connected to the internet.
Right.
So the only thing that would involve the internet is if we use had the opportunity for the ballot delivery system, which would email a ballot out.
And that
when
would
necessary.
probably be a relatively small number, right? Yeah.
Right, but nothing else involves the internet.
Just a couple of the quick things. So we talked about this briefly, Jesse, you and I, but in terms of how accurate we think our current list of registered voters is. I occasionally hear from people say, oh, my kid moved away and we still, we got a ballot in the mail for him from the state in the recent primary. Do we have any concerns about, how well scrubbed our list is?
Our list is the same list.
Right, so
we get our right. So the good thing is, having gone through the primary, there'll be some corrections that will be made as a result of the election that just occurred.
Okay. And just two other things. We don't know exactly how many staff we'll need because we don't know for sure whether we'll have to cover 5 precincts or not, right? And so, but if we do have to cover 5 precincts, the other balloting will also have personnel that they will need. So are you concerned about, if we do have the 5 polling places, being able to find enough people? And I don't know whether you all have talked much about that yet, to staff us up as we need to be.
I think Brian can address that.
Sure. I mean, I think staffing is probably one of the biggest challenges we'll have for this election, because of the number of polling places if we're having an in-person voting election, and the fact that we're also be competing with the county for election workers. So some of the people that might normally work for Tacoma Park during our elections would now be working with the county instead. So recruiting election workers is probably one of our top priorities, because it will be the biggest issue we have, I think, prior to election day, aside from, of course, scenario planning for possible an all-mail election.
And thanks. And then the last thing, and I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Searcy. We're probably going to need to do more explaining of what's going on, because it is kind of complicated. You know, there's early voting at the community center, and you can also go to early voting in Silver Spring, but you can't do early voting the other places in the county. And if it's mailed, you have to remember to mail in both of these things. And, you know, after all of the work that we've done and the steps that we've taken to try to make sure that turnout is increased, and I think it will be, we don't want to have it so confusing that people end up just not, you know, missing that they have to, in effect, do 2 separate things. I sort of feel like if they walk through the line and vote, it'll be pretty clear to folks that, for those who show up at the polls, assuming we have that they have to cross over the hallway or across the room and do that. But for the early voting and or the mail-in voting, that's the part that makes me concerned, that we really need to push out additional information, probably in different languages, just to make sure people really understand all the options. So,
right.
And you know, it may be too soon to know which version of what set of information we have to provide, since we don't yet know how that's going to work out. But I agree with my colleague that we need to do more in that area this year. Thank you.
Sorry, I was on mute. Councilman Costick is next.
Thank you. Thank you for all the information. And I know this has been a huge amount of work, so thank you all. I had a couple of questions. One was, how much different would, or not how much different, but how much of what we would be contracting with the vendor for would we still do if we go to mail-in versus what would end up not being utilized that we might contract for?
So I'll take that one. The scanning would be the same. So we still need to scan and tabulate the ballots. We would need fewer ballot marking devices. However, we need to lock in the 5 or I think 6 that we're getting now. So we need to lock that in now. So we wouldn't be spending any less money if we have a by-mail election, because we still need to provide an accessible way for people to vote, and we still need to tabulate the ballots that we get. So we need this, we would need this full contract in either scenario.
Because you're saying we would still need all of those machines.
Well, yeah, it's basically, we're contracting for 6, but we wouldn't, the way the vendor works is he's going to deliver them to us this summer. So we will have them, we'll be able to practice with them, we'll be able to use them as soon as absentee voting starts. People could come in and use the ballot marking devices if they want. So in a way, we would be paying for several that we won't actually use in the case of a by-mail election, but we need to lock it in now. And it's better to have them than to not be able to get them.
Yeah, I guess what I was wondering was if it seems likely that we're going to go to a mail-in election, and or if it seems likely we could need to make a very last-minute shift, you know, a month beforehand if there's a huge outbreak and we need to really think this through and make some changes. I wondered if it is more effective, you know, in terms of planning, in terms of money, in terms of everything, to just say right now, regardless of what the state does, we're going to go to mail-in.
You could do that. The council could make that decision. And I think that's something the board should talk about tomorrow night.
I mean, I think it would be something for us to think about, and I understand that it hasn't been our plan originally, and I definitely appreciate your point in terms of not wanting to confuse people if they're expecting they have to go to the polling places anyway to vote. That could be confusing, and certainly it seems like it would be. Well, I guess that's the other question is if that scenario were to happen and we switch to a mail-in, would we still then provide an in-person option or not?
We would.
We would.
We would. Just so we would have, in all likelihood, I would recommend that we set up at the Silver Spring Civic Center as a vote center, and also use the community center for our residents if they want to drop off a ballot or come in and mark and get a ballot and mark it in Tacoma Park.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of some of the challenges that they had in Rockville was with their mail-in election was that they actually had more people who ended up coming in person than they expected, which I would think could happen as well. So I guess I would just be interested in understanding what your recommendation is on that, if you think it's really valuable to go with what the state is doing, or if there's value in terms of just having the certainty and knowing for ourselves that this is what we're doing ahead of time, and what the cost differential for that would be.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if we knew what the cost differential was, then it would be helpful in making that decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question I had was, I think if I remember right from the ballot or from the cover sheet, that the IVS vendor that you had recommended doesn't include printing. Is that right? But the others did. How is that handled?
What we would, if it were a vote by mail election, we would have the ballots printed by that vendor. If it's not, if it's an in-person election, we would just print the ballots ourselves as we've done in the past. So we would save, we'd actually save on the ballot printing. Even if we contracted it out, it would be cheaper than the 29 cents we would pay to ES&S, for instance, to print ballots. I think that was the cost, 29 cents.
And then finally, if we did do an all mail-in election, how does that work for example, for people who have vision impairments or are blind? How do they get accessible ballots, or how does that work?
So if we use that $2,000 option of being able to deliver a ballot by email, that would mean they could mark the ballot on their computer using the screen reader on their computer and mark a ballot that way. They could also come to the community center and mark a ballot in person if they chose to.
Thank you. I mean, June 16th is coming up soon, so I think we'll definitely have a better sense of, as you said, of where the state stands soon on mail-in versus in-person. But I do think it would be valuable to consider whether there's an advantage to just planning ahead and having that mail-in plan rather than having the uncertainty of not knowing what it will look like.
We have to know soon either way, for sure.
Let's see, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Councilmember Costick took all my questions regarding mail-in elections. I agree that we should at least put together a what we want to see as soon as possible for council to consider this, because most health experts say that there will be a second wave in the fall. And, you know, all the officials I talked to in Rockville said it took a long time for them to build out a mail-in election. It wasn't something they could just do in a month. You know, there was a lot of pre-mailings of information sent to residents, letting them know that this is how the election would be. Another thing that we got to consider is if people want to drop off ballots and not just mail it, if we're going to allow people to drop it off in secure locations throughout the city, because everybody doesn't have a mailbox near them.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see us at least see what this is going to cost, so that we can consider it. I don't think we should wait for the state. All the problems that we saw in the primary, I don't know if the state is going to be able to fix them all before our election. I'm hopeful, but I don't know if all those issues are going to be out of the general election. Another thing is, I don't know if anyone asked this question, but once the election is over and we have stay-at-home orders once again, does the charter allow virtual swearing in, or do we have to consider a charter change for something like that if we can't, you know, meet to actually have the swearing in ceremony? Does anyone, Ms. Carpenter, do you know?
I don't know. We'll have the city attorney look at that.
Okay. I think that is all the questions I have, but yes, I would like us to consider this sooner than later. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. One question, and I can touch base again with the city clerk tomorrow, is I know you're meeting with the Board of Elections, but we should think about whether or not this item is ready for us to vote on next week, given the questions that have been raised.
So Mayor Stewart, if I could say just quickly, we would need to use this vendor
no matter what.
No matter what. In either scenario, we need to tabulate the ballots.
Yep.
And scanning them is a better option than trying to do it by hand.
Okay, so we can still bring this back for a vote next week.
Yeah, unless the board has a strong opinion. Otherwise, tomorrow night, I would encourage you to move this part of it along.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Well, we may just want to add to our agenda next week, in addition to this voting item, just like an update from the Board of Elections on the meeting tomorrow night. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ernst, for joining us this evening and providing that update. Next, we'll move on to our next work session. This is an update on our COVID-19 assistance being provided to residents and businesses. So I know we have Ms. Grace Wiggins with us this evening and Samira Cook Gaines. And I'm glad they could join us tonight to talk about their work and what they foresee is going to be needed in the future. I do want to say that we are highlighting, because of the COVID-19 fund that we put in place, I do want to acknowledge the work that our entire city staff is doing on COVID-19, everyone from our communications to our rec department and other things. So I'm very glad to have Ms. Wiggins here and Ms. Cook Gaines, but just want to give a shout out to our entire staff, who I know everybody is working on COVID-19. So who's going first?
I'll just start it off. We're really pleased to be able to come to you to tell the story about what we've been doing to assist businesses and residences who are really facing the brunt of the pandemic and the economic repercussions from that. The council was very thoughtful in its approval of the FY21 budget and doing two things. One was to reallocate about $195,000 in the current FY20 budget for a COVID-19 relief fund, and over $440,000 in the FY21 budget for the same. Together, we have about $634,000 for a number of uses. And one of the things that I'm proud to have wonderful staff who know a lot about what is needed, how to leverage things so that it's not just the city that does work, but they've given a lot of thought to the economic needs and the costs of providing services that are best coming from the city of Tacoma Park. And so I think first I'll turn it over to Ms. Wiggins. I think you're the beginning of the program, but I'm not sure who's one sharing the screen.
Hi, this is Samira. I'll be sharing my screen and getting it set up right as we speak.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that looks like the cover page. So good evening to council, and good evening to the residents of the city of Tacoma Park. Thank you, Susie, for framing the beginning of this presentation. It's great to see you. I haven't seen you all week, so this is a nice surprise. Yeah, I want to first start off by echoing what Mayor Stewart just mentioned about it being a team effort. It really is a team effort with the entire staff of the city of Tacoma Park. But I also want to thank members of the city council, including our mayor, who it's hard to believe that many of you have other jobs, because I know I spend a lot of time either in text or email with you, and we've done this for about almost 3 months now, checking in around issues that have come up that either we want to bring to your attention, or you've reached out to staff looking for help and assistance for residents. So on behalf of myself and Samira, we just want to say thank you for being so willing to be a part of what's going on in terms of helping folks at what we know is an unprecedented time in our world, and also in our city. So tonight, Samira and I have put together a presentation because at the time, and Suzanne Ludlow has mentioned this before in connection with the budget, but things happen so quickly, and it's important to note just the level of response that's involved with jumping into something where you have not had experience. I've worked in issues with disasters with 9/11 and Hurricane Sandy, and we almost, in those previous jobs, have had the opportunity to somewhat get ready or somewhat prepare, but this has been probably the most devastating. And so tonight, our presentation is going to focus on two things. One, where we are right now, where we hope to be by the middle of our fiscal year, and what we see as the long-term planning for the last quarter of fiscal year 21. I think a council member, and I know this has been echoed a number of times, we're expecting a spike again. We're expecting that things will not level off, and we want to be ready to address those spikes and changes, and to be as agile as possible so that we're really meeting the needs of our residents and our businesses. So we're going to go through the slide deck. Next slide, please. We're going to go through the slide deck, and I wanted to start off for both the council and for our residents, just to refresh you on the organization of the housing division. So housing is a part of the larger department, which is housing and community development. My team includes 5 fantastic folks. I am the housing manager, and I've had the pleasure for the past almost 2 years to work with Jean Kerr, who is our housing specialist, Patty Mallon, who is our licensing specialist, who oversees our licensing program. A new member of our team, Julia Sarmiento, who is our landlord and tenant mediator. And council will know this, but many of our residents won't. Julia started on the second day of March. She had 10 full days in our office before we started working remotely. So she has really jumped into action and brings to this position fluent bilingual skills in Spanish, which has been a tremendous help. And I'll talk a little bit about that in the slides that will come up. And last but never least is Jennifer Hale, who is our grants coordinator, who came to the city with so much grant experience and has been able to help us to create better integrations of our work around housing and some of the programs that you may all know through our Home Stretch program, which is our down payment assistance program to low and moderate households that want to be a part of the resident pool here in the city of Tacoma Park. Before we change the slide, I just want to emphasize that the housing division has been working remotely since March 16th, and everybody has really jumped into gear to figure out how to create synergies around how we can be as effective at home, out of the office, as we were when we were all together at the community center. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the strategies that we have been using, and we've been using these strategies for the past almost 2 years since I started in this position in serving residents here in the city of Tacoma Park. The first, and I think most important, is increasing our engagement with residents, both homeowners and property owners, management companies, tenants, so that we can address the root causes of what we're seeing when folks come into our office with issues. In the tenant world, that often looks like non-payment of rent. It could look like some other issue impacting the household. And I know our city manager referenced mental health issues. That's one area where we've seen an uptick, and we've attempted to connect with behavioral health across our county to better support our families. But we really want to look at root causes. We're creating closer relationships with our property owners and our landlords. Our office is not simply a transactional office, but one where we're able to provide information and at times advice, on how property owners and landlords can traverse the systems that we have in place. And I must say that we, the whole team, have been complimented on our customer service and our ability to really help people in a personal way. And that's what we should be doing here in the city. The next is our referral system and our referral relationships. That's an area where we really fortified a lot of relationships with stakeholders in our county and in our state. And it's made a tremendous difference in how we're able to help people and just really reinforces the increased level of engagement. And then last, but definitely not least, is the integration with other city programs and services, because when you get to a point, especially a point like this in time, you can't do it alone. You have to be able to see the full picture. And because of the integration that we've developed over the past year or so, we've been able to work collaboratively across city programs and also county programs. Next slide, please. So I want to kick it off by talking about really the strongest tool that we have in our toolbox to assist both landlords and tenants, and that's our Emergency Assistance Fund. And for those of you who are not familiar with that fund, this is an appropriation that comes from our city council and has so for several years in the amount of $30,000. Those dollars are then subgranted to a trusted partner, Ministries United, Silver Spring, and Tacoma Park. The acronym is MUST. And with those dollars, MUST is able to do the same level of engagement that we're doing, but they're also able to integrate assistance in a variety of areas, and you'll see that on the slide, that our residents need. So issues in our office often come up in connection with emergencies. They usually involve some kind of an eviction. And when I use the term eviction, in our office, that means both foreclosure as well as landlord and tenant eviction for non-payment of rent or some other issue. And when there's money involved, our low and moderate income families are able to work with this trusted partner. They're able to get financial assistance, but they're also screened by the county's Department of Health and Human Services. Again, we don't do anything alone. So our partner at MUST refers residents regularly to Health and Human Services so that families can get the benefit of all the dollars and all the services and all the resources that the county can bring to bear. And if there is a shortfall, we will step in and we will help through MUST to get people to the point where they're stabilized. MUST also helps with prescription assistance, which has been incredibly helpful during this health crisis, with food through a partnership with St. Luke's Church, utility disconnections, and referrals for a variety of other services, including community forklift, a wider circle, and a number of other groups that provide supportive, tangible things for our families when things get out of alignment. Next slide, please. The other powerful tool that we have is a program that was initiated through the work of our economic development manager. And I'll preview this, but I know that my colleague Samira Cook-Gaines, our economic development manager, will talk at length about the employment assistance that we've incorporated almost a year ago in partnership with WorkSource Montgomery. There is a pop-up site, which means that there is an in-person representative from WorkSource who works around job readiness and coaching, helping residents access resources, helping them to evaluate their competitiveness in the workforce, And in many cases, for folks who don't know, many of our families often have jobs that are below their skill level, where they are in survival jobs, where they have education, training, certification that will allow them to increase their earning potential. And having this Work Source Montgomery pop-up site on site here at our community center every first Tuesday of the month has allowed the housing division to identify issues during our engagement process and identify individuals who may be appropriate for that site and for that work. Right now, we have that service available virtually, and we're always looking to fill slots, although it looks like every month we have maximum capacity. But if there are folks out there who are thinking about what a pivot could look like in terms of jobs and increasing your ability to earn either more money or to have a job that would not involve so much face-to-face, please let us know. We'd love to schedule you for our next virtual session, which is going to be in July. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the barriers that our residents face, both before COVID and now. And I'll go through the list, but I'll highlight some of what I'm seeing is the more critical barriers, just so that folks that are joining us this evening have a better feel for what families in the city of Tacoma Park are facing. Language and comprehension has been a major issue, and notwithstanding all of the posters and signage and other supportive documents that talk about CDC guidelines and reinforce social distancing, the wearing of masks and other things, there's been a need for us to bring those documents to a level that folks who don't speak English, particularly as a first language, will understand it, and also to get documents that are in the language of our residents. We have a multilingual, diverse community of at least 3 to 4 languages, and we want to make sure that not only are people able to understand what the directives are from health organizations and from the CDC, but they're able to share that information and mirror that in the work that they're doing and how they operate. Accessing documentation has become incredibly difficult in the face of COVID. Many of our families either don't have computers at home or they use their phones as a primary way of a primary computer to communicate outwardly and to get information. Our libraries are closed, as well as sites that would offer paid computer service. And so for many of our families, they've had to take pictures of documents. They've had to, shuttle those along via text. And it's been incredibly challenging, especially for folks, and I know the mayor referenced unemployment insurance. It has been incredibly difficult to get documentation to third-party agencies to process applications. And so technology, again, is going to be an issue. There is a real divide that still exists with folks who don't have the appropriate technology. And it's not just having a computer, it's also having working and stable internet. And for many of our families, that has been a struggle. Next, I want to talk a little bit about immigration status. And as our staff have been working with families throughout the city, we've seen a new face to our resident pool. We are mostly dealing with and interacting with residents that we've never worked with before, because this health emergency has really taken many of our families down a slope where they're trying to just get the brakes or put on the brakes to stop stop the downward spiral. But for many of our families, they're in mixed immigration households, which present a number of issues. And they also have expiring immigration documents. And so that's also been a concern for many of our families. And we have attempted to connect them with appropriate agencies and organizations that can help them to understand exactly how to deal with those issues. Next slide, please. Another increasing barrier for our families is determining their eligibility for a lot of the programs that are being launched at this point and that are coming online, especially around emergency assistance programs. Many of the deadlines for applying for these programs are tight and they are document heavy. And so we've been working with residents to try to make them competitive for many of these grants, and also working with landlords because many of these emergency assistance programs involve the active participation and cooperation of landlords and property owners. And so we've been trying to coordinate our efforts with those of tenants and property owners. Many of our residents have received stimulus checks. For the lucky ones that were early in the queue, you received a stimulus check through direct deposit, or you received a check in the mail. For many of our families now, those stimulus checks are now coming, the amount of the stimulus check is coming in the form of debit cards. And that change occurred without a lot of notice to families. So there may be folks who have mail sitting in their home and it really represents the value of the stimulus check, but they think it's a credit card advertisement, or they're not opening the mail. So we strongly encourage people who have not received stimulus checks to see whether or not it actually came by way of a debit card. And for folks who have not filed taxes, that's another issue that we've been trying to troubleshoot for families. There are folks who either did not file electronically or did not file taxes for 2018 or 19. And so because of that, they may not have received their stimulus check with the first wave of checks that came out and were distributed. Unemployment benefits have been incredibly difficult. It has been a barrier for a number of families here in our city where they're on hold or they're in a queue with unemployment, with the Department of Labor for hours trying to get through. That is a major, major issue still. And the fact that some of our families have not been able to apply for unemployment benefits has disqualified them for some of the early emergency assistance programs. And again, it's taken some troubleshooting both with my division as well as with some of the partners that we've engaged that have been helping with getting through that system. The second category with unemployment benefits are folks who got an approval, who are pending approval, but they haven't started getting a check yet. There are also folks that have gotten a couple of checks, but then have received letters saying that they're indicating that their applications need to be reviewed again and the checks have stopped. So it's really a limbo period for many of our families. And we're again attempting to step in when we hear of these issues so that we can either help in the process or direct them to the appropriate resource. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the COVID-19 response, and some of these bullets I've already addressed, so I'm not going to cover them again. But I want to make sure that it's clear to council and to our residents just how different this health emergency has been for some of our residents. My office has been involved directly with working with families who have tested positive, who've had family members that are hospitalized and on ventilators. And that has been incredibly difficult. In some cases, we've helped folks access health insurance for the first time. That is another barrier to moving forward, because those folks without health insurance would be forced to come out of pocket to pay for the cost of testing. And in many cases, that's anywhere between $180 to $200 per individual. So we've attempted to get folks on health insurance, helping people with prescriptions where either they don't have the money or they don't have health insurance that covers prescriptions. Food has been a major, major issue. And I just want to extend my thanks to all of the council members who have been pushing on food distribution. I know Councilmember Smith mentioned Small Things Matter, but there are other groups, including MANA and others, that have really stepped up, and Adventist that have stepped up to ensure that food distribution occurs to folks that need it. The one area that hasn't been really discussed that I also want to highlight is transportation. So for many of our families, staying at home hasn't been an option. And in fact, not only is staying at home not an option, but they must travel by public transportation. And as many of you know, our transportation routes have been, and transportation hours have been decreased. And so for families going back and forth by public transportation, it has made their commute even longer, back and forth to jobs, back and forth to doctor's appointments, on buses, attempting to get to supermarkets. So it has really been a struggle. And we're not confident that the transportation, the ride-ons and the metro will be back at full force before the end of this year or even early next year. So that's also been a consideration. We've had a number of webinars. This is really, a health emergency has really expanded our access to folks and the ability to get them information on a variety of topics. Thus far, we've had presentations on consumer protection matters. We've had a foreclosure prevention webinar. We've had a webinar exclusively on the county's COVID-19 rental assistance program, and other related topics, including IRS controversies, taxes, because those are the issues that we're seeing our families struggle with, in addition to their inability to either pay rent or to pay their mortgage. In addition, we've had a number of town hall meetings with condominium communities, with apartment buildings, and it's been a way for us to connect very specifically with buildings and individuals so that we can get the information out to them directly. And I must say that for many of our families, this is a very scary time. Many of our families in the city are compromised. They have immune systems that are compromised. They have other health issues. Our office is working with a number of folks that have terminal illnesses. And so working to try to bridge those gaps and to fill those chasms has been really, really important. And we want to continue to do that work. The one-on-one rental assistance I've talked about, that's somewhat, but it's important for both the council as well as residents to know, during this time, nothing has stopped in terms of residents getting notices to vacate in the middle of the stay-at-home order and having a series of questions for our staff about what do I do? Can I move? Where am I going? As you may know, there is a moratorium on evictions, which means that the pool of housing opportunities has been limited because people are not moving. And so many of our families have had to make a very difficult choice to move during the stay-at-home order because they did not want to remain past the dates that landlords included in those letters. And so it's been a very scary time for some of our families. Our housing code, there have been housing code related issues. I think it's important to note that some of our residents have experienced issues that have either displaced them from their homes where they've been in hotels. And this is all happening during a pandemic. And we've been working very closely with the county's housing enforcement or housing code enforcement division and with landlords again to figure out what issues can be resolved and remotely on our end and by management and their staff in person. I must say that many of our landlords have had to cut back on what would be routine maintenance and to focus their time on cleaning and deep cleaning and dealing with emergent issues. And that's been a struggle. Many of our multifamily buildings especially have had residents and staff contract the virus, which has created another dynamic where there may not be an on-site staff person where there was in the past. Many of our families in connection with delinquencies have attempted to pay something, and I think that is the message that has gone out to many of our families, that we want them to pay something if they're unable to pay the whole rent or the whole mortgage, to pay something and keep the delinquencies down as much as possible. But this is also required, again, focusing on what are the barriers that our families are facing. We've done a mass outreach around distribution of PPE, which is personal protective equipment. And I want to just thank folks who have donated masks, for the community groups that have organized and neighborhood friends that have organized and started efforts around creating masks for people. We have started the process of distributing masks en masse to our multifamily buildings. We're trying to pair that up with some of the food distribution so that we know that families have those masks, they have gloves, and in certain cases they have hand sanitizer. Council will know, and our mayor, who has been incredibly helpful in helping us access certain things in bulk, because there have been limits on some things, but we've been able to meet the needs of the folks that have reached out to us. And I'll just add, if you need a mask, if you need gloves, please feel free to reach out to us either by email at housing@tacomapark.gov, and you can look at our website at our COVID-19 site for many of the resources that we've been using with our residents so that you can get a mask and also get help with some of the issues that are more complex and that involve a little bit more time and technical assistance. Next slide, please. So I do want to highlight for folks who may not have kept up as closely with what's going on with Maryland courts. So phase one of the reopening of our court system in the state of Maryland started on June the 5th. There is a multi-phase reopening plan. But I want to highlight that for folks who are in foreclosure and have not gotten a forbearance, or there is a foreclosure where there's a right of redemption after a tax sale, execution of residential property under a levy or some other lien, actions for ejectment, and residential evictions are going to be lifted on July 25th. And so for many of our families, they've been in a holding pattern, and we've been in a holding pattern because there was nothing that adverse that was happening at the time. But now that we have a firm date, and it looks like July 25th will be the date, the effective date of lifting that eviction moratorium. We're getting in gear now to ensure that folks that either had pending court actions, pending foreclosures, are able to get assistance, and that folks who are behind in rent get financial help and any additional assistance that they may need going forward. It's going to be very important, especially in a city like Tacoma Park, because we want to preserve as many folks as we can who live in the city. And many of our council and many of our residents have seen the aftermath of an eviction. It is very traumatizing. It is the most undignified way for a person to leave a property. And we want to retain, and we want our families to retain their dignity during this process. And so there may be folks that we are able to still refer for help, and we want to do that. And if there are folks who can't maintain their existing housing, we want them to be able to live with the dignity that that they deserve. And we may be able to do that in a number of ways. And again, the COVID-19 dollars that was set aside through this budget may be helpful. Next slide. So I've sketched out what I think is an effective use of the money, at least a portion of the money that I think could help the most folks here in our city based on what we're seeing on the ground. In the budget proposal that was submitted to council, I recommended an increase in the emergency assistance fund that is administered by MUST. We actually went through the $30,000 appropriated in fiscal year 20 in February. And we just saw so many folks that needed help with eviction assistance and all the other services. Those dollars were exhausted. And so for fiscal year 21, I recommended an increase of $10,000, taking us to 40. And I think on reconciliation, there was an additional 10,000 just to help folks with back rent and the eviction prevention piece. I'm recommending that a portion of the dollars that are set aside be used to establish a rental assistance program. And this program would use some of the same guidelines that we're using for our emergency assistance fund. But I also want to expand it. For those who are not aware, we use 80% of the AMI, and I'm recommending that we expand that slightly to include more people who may not, who may be moderate in income, and want to make sure that not only are we able to help them get back on track, but through a rental assistance program, we can help people move forward. And the recommendation that I'm making to council is that that program be set up in a way that it would be $200 a month for up to 3 months, and that we could touch 250 households just by doing that. There are other rental assistance programs that are administered by the county, but those programs are closed. They were closed pre-COVID, and the COVID-19 CARES Act money that the county received, that program closed after being open for only 5 days. And as I mentioned before, it had a lot of documentation, and many of our families were unable to qualify, and that was mostly because our residents were not only trying to pay a partial month's rent, but many of our families were using credit cards and borrowing money from family and friends so that they can remain current with their rent. The next area that I'm recommending is assistance to our condominium communities. And I know I've mentioned this to the council in previous meetings, but we have roughly 650 units of condominium housing, which is large. Our largest signature community is the Tacoma Overlook, which has about 232. And so the balance of the condominium communities are spread out across our city. So there have been many reports about federally backed mortgages, and I know that our council members have been following that. And if you have a federally backed mortgage, you can request a forbearance of 180 days and then another 180 days. So your mortgage will be, and the mortgage payment will be secured. But the problem with condominium communities is that there are common fees that are called HOA fees, homeowner association fees. And often those fees are paying for common needs within the community. And I'm very concerned that if families are struggling in our common ownership communities, that they may not be able to pay their HOA fees, which will have an impact on the overall community. And so I'm recommending $30,000 be established for those common ownership communities upon demonstration of needs that go to essential services or essential needs within the community. For folks who do not have federally backed mortgages, we also want to make sure that those folks have a safety net here in our city to help them get back on track. I would strongly recommend that both homeowners with federally backed mortgages, as well as folks who do not have federally backed mortgages, refer to our COVID-19 resource page on our website. We have a number of partners that are working directly with homeowners and helping them to prevent foreclosure. And we want people to explore those resources early. And we've partnered with organizations and law firms that are willing to help people who are without income eligibility. And by that, I mean, you do not have to be low or moderate income. They will talk to and advise families on any income at any income level. So I would strongly recommend that. But the recommendation is to help those who do not have that don't have federally backed mortgages, because I'm confident that those families and households will be struggling during this time. And then last but not least, it's the personal protective equipment. And I talked about that earlier, but just to reiterate, it really is going to be important for folks to have reusable masks. And that's been an issue for many of our families. They've been using the one-time kind of the blue masks that are disposable. And that has created major issues for the transmission of the virus. And so we want to make sure that we're outfitting folks. And the one thing that I just want to highlight for council as I conclude is that we don't want families and individuals to not have what they need to prevent the spread of the virus. We want to make sure that people are protected, and it looks like this health emergency is going to last a long time, and we want to make sure that down the road we are also able to get those masks, gloves, hand sanitizers, and other equipment to folks, and we can't rely solely on the goodwill of folks in our community to continue making masks. So with that, I'll take a breath and I will turn it over to my colleague, Samira Cook Gaines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Grace. Just a quick check. Can I be heard and can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Great, thank you. So I want to start kind of where Grace left off or where Grace started out with just a quick overview of who we are in the Economic Development Division and the great, small but mighty team that we have. So our Economic Development Division, as you all know, thanks to council action, is a new division within the city's Housing and Community Development Department. And the division started when I walked in the front door January of 2019. My team has grown 100%. It includes myself, the Economic Development Manager, and Grace Joe, who is our awesome Economic Development Intern. She was just a few months on the job when the pandemic hit. And she and I both have been working virtually and seamlessly to really focus in on some of the things that the businesses really need. I think the response story really starts with kind of the gaps that I recognized within my first year of working in the division. What we noticed is that there were few, if any, structural tools to reach our businesses, to stay connected to our businesses. And the only true way we were connecting with these businesses who have been invested in our community for, over decades, the only structure we had was their relationship with our business associations. So that would be the Old Tacoma Business Association and our CDA, the Crossroads Community Development Authority, Tacoma Langley Crossroads Development Authority. That was really our closest tie to the businesses. With that said, I moved quickly to kind of just do an assessment of where the need could be met, but also where the gaps are. And with that said, I moved forward with technology. So recognizing that the division was small, recognizing that we needed to become efficient, technology was really just a no-brainer, but it was also a dire, critical need to collect our businesses and keep them together. So until we started with our first pilot around business engagement, this is through a service called Blue Dot. Blue Dot came to us through our startup and resident participation. Tacoma Park was accepted into the City Innovate cohort, which brings startup tech firms. And just to be clear, startup means, within 5 years, startup tech firms to solve challenges for cities. One of our major challenges is our connection to businesses. So with Blue Dot, we have been able to create our own verified database of businesses. Walking in the door and asking for kind of, the list of businesses, there were several responses to that request. The census doesn't have it right. Several trusted sources just don't have it right. Their information is old. So our database is currently compiled of an active database from both of our business associations, which pretty much gathers about 2/3 of the businesses in the city. The other database that I reached into was Montgomery County. So the county has a database that of businesses who pay taxes, so personal property tax, things like that. Now that does not always touch our sole proprietors. And even in conversations with the county around their grant programs, they said, they were surprised to get so many applicants who were sole proprietors. So that would be where our gap is, our biggest gap is around our database compilation. But we know that this database is real, we know it's accurate. So one of the biggest things, and as you can see over here to the right, this is just a screenshot of what it looks like. And this is also the tagging and mapping of our businesses. So everyone in the database is tagged with their location, they're tagged with whether or not they've received funds, grant funds from us. They're also tagged with things like whether or not they lease or own their space in certain locations. So this has been just invaluable. We started this pilot April. So our mini grants rolled out, I believe, around April 10th. And we started this pilot just at the end of March, beginning of April. So we had a database that now connected not just our businesses, but our programming to one central location. This database also includes every single application for our mini grants program. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. The last piece of this technology pilot is really around secure messaging integration. What that means is every message that we share with a business via email is captured in the database. We can go back through history. We can also capture not just the economic development conversation that that's being had with the business, but we can capture the conversation that Public Works is having with the business around new sidewalks and arranging things like entrances and exits. All of that just by clicking on a business's name and tag. And we'll have that history of information in service. So that is something that's really helpful for when we talk about working between divisions and through the city. It's a way this platform can connect not just housing and community development, but it connects the entire city to our small businesses. So this pilot is up and running. We are most active, of course, with our folks who received who applied to our mini grants program. And as you can see right here in the database, this actually tags who was awarded and who applied. The next pilot that really helped the infrastructure for economic development was really a pilot around community engagement. So we started this pilot, again, this was a second challenge posed in our City Innovate cohort, and it was not connections to businesses, but connections to our residents in an inclusive way where we are hearing from folks who we've never heard from before. We know that that is the vast majority of our businesses. And this pilot really came along at just the right time. Again, the same way the Blue Dot technology really mirrored and mastered our mini grant program. It just came as the perfect twin for our community engagement work that we were doing around the recreation center. The day that we walked out of the building was the day after we approved our community engagement consultant. So they were on, we had really great plans to have, really great in-person community engagement over the next 6 months. And then everyone was home. During that time, our community engagement consultant, in addition to our tech firm called Quorum, we talked about how we can marry the on-the-ground plans with the online virtual tool we were creating. So at the time, we decided to pilot the technology with the same residents who live right on and around the rec center campus. So the Quorum technology provides community engagement tools. And these tools include surveys, petitions, debates, participatory budgeting, and newsletters. The first tool we're testing right now is the debate tool, except we're using it in a really interesting way that really addresses the time that we're in around COVID-19. We've established a neighbor exchange on the platform. It is our first campaign, and the campaign, here's a flyer, but you can see we have it in English, Spanish, French, and Amharic. The campaign is on the platform in 4 different languages because we selected a fantastic consulting firm with the capability to pull together a team that speaks all 4 languages fluently. So for us, that was really clutch when we think about how we talk to our residents, how we make them feel included. And one of the things that we loved about this community engagement firm, and just a reminder, they are called Brick and Story. And Brick and Story has a really interesting conversation about invitation. An invitation is about letting someone know that they are invited and they are included in this process. Many people see a lot of the city workings and goings on, and they think that's not for me, that's for those other people. So the idea of inviting someone to become a part of community engagement is really important. So the folks that we started the invitation with are our residents who are in and around the rec center, as I said. So that would include Tacoma Overlook, Hampshire Towers, and Hillwood Manor. These folks have been, we've reached out, we will continue to reach out so that they can join the platform, practice engaging in this way. Our next engagement will be the survey. So we're going from the debates, which we'll leave open so folks can still exchange things that they might need or things that they have and are willing to give. I want to thank Councilmember Searcy for being a part of our pilot and including graduation gift bags for our high school seniors. She put that out there as something she was willing to offer so that folks could reply, yes, I have a high school senior, or yes, I need whatever you're offering. So those are 2 tech pilots that really took myself and my intern to just kind of super women proportions during a time when we really needed it. So I see these as our capes because this got us really moving and connected in a way that we would not have been without them. So just moving through the economic development COVID response, this is just a shotgun list of items. So that I'll talk about further. So the small business mini grant program, of which the council is very aware of. We also started a full campaign around the businesses that were open. And specifically, those were our restaurants. So that was our Tacoma Park Together campaign. Workforce development, as Grace touched on a little bit earlier. And then we began to leverage some of our partnerships where we didn't actually have the infrastructure and we didn't actually have money allotted for it. So that would be our workforce development partner and our pivots to virtual, as well as technology and equipment. We have a workforce development partner who works around training folks on data coding, and they were able to do some really quick turnaround access to technology and equipment. We had a resident reach out to us. She was a recipient of funds from WorkSource Development and came before council and talked about needing a quick turnaround because she got that great job. She got her certification, got the great job. And of course, that's when your technology dies. So we were able to reach out into our partner and get her a computer, a laptop immediately with the specs for her to work remotely from her new job. So again, protecting her health and really helping support her employment. The other one was a small business who had a similar issue And just in conversations, the small business owner, who's also a resident, said, I just wish that we had received a mini grant at the time. I wish we had received county funds, because here I am stuck and I can't even apply for additional grants for my business. And again, technology equipment from one of our partners. We didn't spend a dime. This was about partnership. The next is our grant review and application assistance, which came from our small business partners. The strongest partners we have are our old Tacoma Business Association and our Tacoma Langley Community Development Authority. OTBA and CDA have been tremendous, working with me hand in hand, side by side, connecting to our businesses and getting them resources. In addition, the grant review included the Latino Economic Development Center, and they have been providing technical assistance to our businesses. So they are a nonprofit partner that already knew our businesses and knew some of their challenges. So they were very helpful in that grant review. Moving to the right, our technology pilots. And then we've done a lot of outside work as well. So the mayor spoke earlier about being a part of Montgomery County working groups for small business. She and I will be on that same meeting on Thursday. We've also been doing a lot of advocacy. Some of our businesses have really struggled around the application process. Help isn't help if it doesn't get to the person, or if you create barriers that then require an additional layer of help. So for us, it was really about speaking up for our businesses. We spoke about the Montgomery County's FED grant. That was their first grant following our mini grant. And they took a lot of comments and feedback in their initial eligibility. And the first thing, that I suggested was technical assistance on applications. And sure enough, they followed through and created a list of technical assistance providers. So I do think our advocacy has gone well. We're still working with them, still very much involved. And I have been having weekly meetings with OTBA and CDA around reopening. So just to move through our mini grants program, I shared this slide with you as we closed the first application process, just to give you an idea. And here is an update. I think the most important thing for our residents who are watching is just to kind of hear what our businesses look like. The ones who applied for this grant, there were about 100 applications. When we do the math on how many businesses in the city, these applicants represented about 10 to 15% of our total businesses. And of that, they also represented 529 employees. There was an average of 11 years in business. These were not newbies. The majority of them were actually well over 10 years. We had a 2-year business, as in this was their second year in business. And we also had a 40-year-old business, all applying for a mini grant of up to $3,000. That should really highlight the need. What was most interesting, I would say, is the total need stated. We're talking about $750,000, over $750,000. That was the need stated. And this was at the beginning of the pandemic, within that first month. We have been able to, as of today's date, with city funds and with the donations that we've received, fund 57 awards. 57 applicants have been awarded. A closer look at the mini grant program, I really want to talk about drop-in revenues, because this is a conversation about need. Folks have a misunderstanding about what it means to be in business often. Conversations about, waiving fees for outside seating. the businesses absolutely need it. Yes, they are minor, but for businesses that are not making a lot of money, this is a major thing. Every little bit counts. So of our 100 or so applicants, 77 said that they had over 50% drop in revenue. Over 50% means that includes 100%. Because as you can see on the right-hand side, half of our businesses were not even open. So this is a slide that I really want you to kind of think about when you think about the need of our businesses. How much did they really lose? Something that's also interesting is that even though half of our businesses were still open, we still have over half, 76% actually, doing the math, 50% open, 76% said they had over a 50% drop in revenue. This was because of consumer confidence and stay-at-home orders. So people were afraid to go out. This is before we started wearing masks. And even then, the messaging was very convoluted. The messaging was slow. The response did not give confidence for folks to go out and even shop for the essential businesses that were open. And I think that that's a very important thing to know, because just because a business was open does not mean that a business was doing well or that a business did not need assistance. With that said, of our businesses that were open, they were mainly restaurant businesses. And we wanted to really let folks know that they were open for business. Not all of them were able to pivot to social media. Some of them had a great presence and they were already messaging to their customers, but there's a really large number of our businesses who are not on social media, and the ones who are may not be using it to the best of its capability. With that said, we started our Takoma Park Together campaign. We wanted to speak to our residents who were out every day, taking those quarantine walks, and let them know that, yes, you can have a takeaway dinner. You can visit your favorite restaurant. So we established a website called Takoma Park To Go. And you could buy a meal, you could find out who's open, you could find out whether or not they participated in any of the delivery options, or if they were curbside or carry out only, all of that in one central location, Takoma Park To Go. With that said, we needed to get the message out in an unconventional way, because Takoma Park is a city that knows and loves its artists. We thought about sending messages, posting messages right where folks would be looking and right where folks would be, on the streets, on the sidewalks. No one was driving their cars. So we partnered with Chalk Riot, who created over 40 small chalk murals. Small, medium, and pretty large is what she's working on, her final mural. And they were positioned in front of our Takoma Park To Go businesses. So every business on our website, Takoma Park To Go, were highlighted through our Chalk Riot participant campaign. And that really, really was a fantastic marketing and attention getter for our businesses, as you can see, and for our city. Takoma Park was one of the first cities to start with a direct funded mini grant campaign. They were also one of the first cities to really look at our businesses that were open and respond to them in a way that didn't cost a lot of money, but made a huge impact. We got a lot of media coverage for our small businesses through our Chalk Riot Takoma Park Together campaign. And I just have highlighted here that City TV, our great station in Tacoma Park, did some really great videos and interviews with the owner of Chalk Riot, who's also a Tacoma Park resident, small business owner. We had a Washington Post highlight. And again, I want to draw your attention to April 11th. This was, I mean, we are in June. This was very early in the pandemic and very early during the stay-at-home orders. So we really could get the word out that our businesses were open. And that went from our regional news to national. And we were also able to do some additional messaging around public health and safety. And you know, this design here is about wearing your mask. We did some distancing chalk murals as well. So not only were we able to kind of tell the story of our businesses, but we were also able to walk them through some of the messaging around public health and social distancing that may not have been getting to all of our residents. Just to move forward through the campaign, we did not have money for all of our businesses. And one of our local businesses reached out to me. This is a local business that is almost 3 years old. And he reached out to me, No Plan Press. They reached out and said they want to start a fundraising campaign and raise money for our mini grants program. So No Plan Press created these 3 really cool designs. As our city manager spoke earlier, I could see Roscoe in the background on her wall. So it really was a great kind of community engagement piece. It was really a great unity piece around Tacoma Park and around Tacoma Park small businesses that was a bright spot for me when I was working through kind of individual hard moments for a lot of our businesses. Now this campaign, you know, good vibes bring on more good vibes, was followed by another small business owner who was about 8 years old in our city, Indigo Plant Designs. And right around Mother's Day, she started her fundraising campaign to bring additional funds to our mini grant program. So the program was not just about the restaurants, it was about all the businesses who applied. And it really brought, I think, our residents, it really connected our residents to our businesses in ways that went beyond something they could do by showing up and buying. So I really think the campaign was very successful. Moving forward, I'm going to talk a little bit about the workforce development piece again. I'm going to go pretty quickly here because we've already touched on a little bit of the WorkSource piece. The Hire pop-up was established in Tacoma Park last summer. It's almost been a year, actually. June was our first Hire pop-up. And Hire is an acronym for helping individuals reach employment. These pop-ups were being conducted in about 4 or 5 different places in Montgomery County, but not in Tacoma Park. So this was the first partnership that I made within our first 6 months. This partnership, I do want to thank Council Member Kostick for her connections and her assistance in really making this partnership stick. And that was very helpful because we've moved into individual employment coaching and counseling monthly on the first Tuesday of the month for our residents. And we are just now, again, we're in it a year, starting to see some real success. We've been able to pivot to group coaching. So group coaching is where we went in April and May. And by June, we were able to get back to our individual assistance, one-on-one assistance with WorkSource Montgomery. Our Ethiopian Community Center partner, they were in the midst of their job readiness and training program. They had 42 people on in their program running 2 cohorts. Those cohorts were able to also pivot, and all of those folks were able to graduate and complete their virtual training program. We look forward to continuing our partnership with our workforce development partners. But we really do need a second level. Last year, there were no dollars committed to workforce development. That is because I did not ask in the budget for any money for workforce development. This was really a fact-finding year, and now we know where the needs and gaps are. So wrapping up to our COVID-19 spending, similar to Grace's final slides, I really thought about our response in 3 phases. I know we're always, and we're in stages with reopening, but our phases of recovery are really response, rebuild, and then recovery. Recovery is a conversation that's about 3 years out from today. Response is our initial response, our initial reaction to what was happening in our city to our small businesses, of which I just reviewed. When we talk about spending, we need to finish our initial response. Emergency response cannot be incomplete because it really puts a damper on the rebuild phase. So of the small business mini grant applicants, we need to award all of them. We need to have the funds to give a small bridge to our applicants, and that's going to be a little over $100,000 to wrap that up. And I think that that's not only money well spent, but it's money desperately needed. We awarded a few businesses a few days ago, and I immediately got a call. It was a hair salon who had been closed for 3 months. She had 4 employees, and she said, "Thank God, I didn't know what I was going to do. We haven't paid rent in 3 months. I've never been behind on my rent. I don't even know what will happen." That conversation is important because she said she was going to take her mini grant, give it to her landlord, and start to negotiate. These were small businesses that didn't even have enough to negotiate a financial plan with their landlords. And much like the conversation that Grace just had about evictions and the courts opening July 26th, 25th, these small businesses are right along with our tenant residents, right in line for eviction. To give you a good understanding of how many folks are at risk, we have about 185 small businesses in our Crossroads area. Of those businesses, 3 own their space. Everyone else is subject to a lease. Everyone else is subject to a landlord's regulations and whim if they decide that 3 months of non-payment means they get evicted. To think that we could lose, 182 folks in the Crossroads is devastating. So this response is, again, still in the same category. It's an emergency response. And I do think that awarding the rest of these mini grants will help stretch to that next safety net. The next kind of stage is really about rebuilding. And this is where I think some of the funds can be helpful. They're small amounts, but these are gaps that no one else is filling. So I am working through criteria for a healthy business program. I'm asking for or proposing to spend, these are my estimates, which should have some flexibility, about $50,000. What this would do is support PPE, so masks, gloves, disinfectant, sanitizers, and then disinfecting and cleaning. So I've worked through working with and reaching out to several cleaning companies around what it would take to do or to broker a negotiated deal for businesses who have staff that test positive. We want our businesses to be encouraged to stay healthy. And I think that this is a smart use of funds because we can help them do the correct deep cleaning and disinfecting. If you can imagine, without a vaccine, our businesses will be opening, testing positive, closing, cleaning, opening, testing positive, closing, cleaning. It will be a revolving door. We need to have something that encourages them to continue doing all the right things for public health and safety. So the Healthy Business Program is really about that, public health and safety, and making sure that the quotes that folks have gotten, testing in entire staff. I had a meeting with our daycare providers today, and those numbers, we have a daycare provider with 26 employees. She said before she opens, she wants to get them all tested before they even walk in the door. 26 employees, we're talking, $200 to $300 each. That's a big number. And then if someone does test positive while working, she'll want to test them again. So we're going to want to support them in that and make sure that they are getting those tests. They are keeping themselves and their clients, customers, and our residents safe. So virus testing, and then finally kind of public health signage. That's really about kind of encouraging folks and reminding folks about their masks. We don't have a lot of conversations about enforcement to these new rules. Social distancing, wearing your mask, washing your hands. We want to see that everywhere we go. And we want that signage to be available to our businesses. And we, as the city of Tacoma Park, we can provide that with our COVID-19 relief fund. The other piece is small business technical assistance. That's again, an estimate around 50,000. There are a lot of business model changes that are happening right now. Folks are trying to change their operations. They're making money in new ways, or they need to make money in new ways, and they need help figuring it out. Marketing and sales. I talked about how our businesses on social media were able to reach their clients nice and easy. Our folks who could not, did not. Their clients knew nothing before, as we started to do the chalk art campaign, we had businesses who had, notebook papers on their doors trying to get a message if their clients, walked up to the door. So these were things that we really considered around the small business technical assistance, things like marketing, messaging, and sales. And then finally, financial assistance. There's a large requirement. I'll go back to our childcare centers. There's a requirement for lots of PPE, but there's also a requirement that they'll probably have less clients. So we have a decrease in revenue, but an increase in expenditure. So financial assistance around figuring out what their new pro forma looks like. What does their new economic modeling look like? And really helping them figure that out and figure what works for them. And additionally, I'd like to really set aside some timelined money for additional assistance around inventory and equipment. A few of the folks who received our mini grants in the last couple weeks called and said to me, I'm so grateful for this because all of our inventory is expired. Even if we wanted to open, we need to buy new inventory. And they're taking their, $2,000 to $3,000 to buy new inventory and get ready for their reopening. I think that these types of things are going to continue. I also know that equipment is going to need to be cleaned, adjusted, et cetera, often. So I want to set aside for later on in the year where we start to see these requests. And then sadly, there are really high projections around businesses that will not come back. We just learned of 2 of our daycare providers today that are closed and will not come back. We know of a number of businesses that are closed and will not come back. We want to provide the dignity that Grace mentioned around leaving our community. We want to do the same thing for our small businesses. With that said, they need exit strategies. They need to know how to close down a business. They need to know how to, arrange sale of their inventory and equipment. So exit strategies are important. And then finally, similar to Grace and residents, we're talking about evictions. With that said, folks need assistance. You have heavy equipment, you have supplies. How do you get that out when you've made no more money in the last 3 months and you have to go? These are trying times. And to couple this, there's a feeling of failure that goes along with a business closing. You take a major risk to take your own employment and employment of others into your hands. So having to close, create an exit strategy, figure out an eviction is something that we see that will come down the line and may not be right this moment, but we truly expect to see a lot of that. And finally, this is the workforce development amount that I discussed, about $25,000. This is a big jump from the zero that we spent last year. However, what we're seeing is we need money to address barriers to getting and keeping employment. Some of those barriers really are around training and certification. We think about our challenges and we often think our diversity around languages is a first kind of swipe. But the truth is, there's a number of things that go along with documentation and immigration status that keeps our residents from actually being able to participate in WorkSource Montgomery programs because they are federally funded. With that said, they can still, be a part of training and certification, but someone has to pay for it. And I think that these funds would be extremely helpful. And that's the major gap that I've seen in our workforce development. We also need an increased amount of employment coaching and counseling. We need to have a partner who's dedicated to Tacoma Park. WorkSource Montgomery has been awesome. But our monthly hire pop-up it's full to capacity every single month. And we know that we're falling short. And we also know that our employment numbers are really high in Tacoma Park. Prior to COVID-19, we were already higher than the national average. So you can imagine where we are right now. So really having funds to have an actual dedicated Tacoma Park coach and counseling partner that can spend a little more time with our folks. And then job readiness. Job readiness is about those barriers. It's about getting that first job and your computer breaks. It's about getting that first job and you have no money, but the transportation is going to take you far out of the city, and you need something as simple as a bus card, right? A Metro card. So we want to make sure that job readiness is considered in this amount. And that's kind of the unspoken pieces of workforce development. There is a lot going on right now in our country around racial equity, racial justice, and workforce is one of those areas where institutionalized racism and biases come into play. So are our residents respectable enough to be hired? Do they get there on time? These are things that have nothing to do with race, but everything about kind of systematized challenges. They are special barriers just for people of color. We want to get past that. And my term here, job readiness, is really about like day one prep and making sure that the city of Tacoma Park recognizes that there are some systems in place that will hold our residents back, but we want to be the city that includes that in workforce development, knowing that we can help them get over those hurdles. So I will wrap that up. And also to let you know, I've included Grace's list of spending for conversation purposes in case you want to ask questions, and we can go back and forth between the two numbers around spending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samira and Grace. Thank you for this very thorough presentation. And I think it shows how much thought and work is going on. And these are things that we don't get to cover very often. So I appreciate the council's time this evening to go through this. One of the things I feel very good about is that the very hands-on work that has been done with our residents and with the businesses means that our staff knows where best to spend these funds and how to target it. One of the things that we are very happy about is to be able to focus even within the next couple of weeks through the end of FY20 fiscal year to assist businesses and residents. And so we would like to continue to move forward on that with the approximately $195,000 that was allocated through the budgeting process for FY20, and then move forward as this is showing for FY21 beginning July 1. We are on a short time frame with helping folks. We're not sure with the courts coming to life again, and with always the possibility of both opening and closing, we are to the point where we want to make sure that we have the funds available and have the authority to go ahead and make these activities happen. So with that, I know it's late, but I'd love to know if you've got some questions or things that we can either deal with right now or follow up on a subsequent meeting.
Thank you very much. Lots of good information. I just want to remind folks that the PowerPoint presentation is up on the city website on the agenda page. So if people want to go through it. And I'm just looking to see if I have any hands up from council members. Councilmember Kovar.
Just unmuting myself. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to both Grace and Samira for a very detailed presentation. I really appreciate it, and I think we understand that there's a lot going on, but I think to see it explained in this level of detail is really helpful. I just had a few questions, and so if some of them can't be answered right now, that's okay, but one comment first that I would say, well, question and comment. So the recommendations that have been made by both of you looks to me like that would more or less use most of what's in the fund that we established, and obviously some of that would be spent now and the rest after July 1st, and it would go out over time. But I'd just be curious to what extent staff thinks that I guess the phrase wouldn't be enough, but what additionally beyond this, is there a sense that we'd be likely to potentially need? And I understand it's hard to project that because we don't really know what's going to happen with the pandemic, and we don't know what the economic impacts are going to be. And as at least one of my colleagues mentioned, there may be a second wave and so on. But what's the thinking on additional funding that could be needed over time?
I guess I can speak to that. I think that for the subject areas that we covered, it's been pretty well thought through. There's flexibility, and we will have those, as we see how things get spent and how things change, how the courts act, if there's some partnership that we can get from the county and the state, that can make a difference with this. The other kinds of things that are COVID-19 spending are things like facility needs, for the city, that kind of thing. We're trying to handle that separately. We're trying to handle that with the CARES funding that we're hoping to get, or the FEMA monies. And so we really tried to focus this on what we felt was the council's goal, which was to help residents and businesses.
I guess I would just say, and I don't know whether my colleagues agree with me about this or not, certainly some of the money that we set aside in the budget, we envisioned potentially still being spent for its originally intended purpose and or being available to fill gaps later in the fiscal year if we don't get as much as we might have anticipated from other levels of government and so on. But we do have that money. We also, at least from my perspective, have the ability to tap into the Housing Reserve Fund. So I just don't want us to be in a position where there's a really intense need within the community for residents or for small businesses. And we could do more if we're not getting enough coverage from the county and other sources that I don't want to see us limit ourselves unnecessarily to the initial amount in the COVID-19 fund. I would just put it that way and hope that we'll be open to looking for more if we need it.
I have a feeling the staff would not hesitate. It's more, how we have to balance the various needs.
Councilmember Kovar, if I can quickly just respond. With the money that and I'll speak only for housing and let Samira address economic development. Based on what we see at this point on the ground, we think these numbers make sense. I can tell you, and just for all of the council members, working with a couple of families right now that are experiencing a family member who has contracted or tested positive and has had major health issues, it impacts the whole family, which means that there is somebody who has to stop working. There's some kid that's not focusing on school. I mean, the fallout from this disease has really devastated families and changed the kind of composition of the way they operate in such a significant way that, if we see an uptick in the number of folks that test positive and are sick, these numbers could double or triple. My hope is that we can come back to council when we know a little bit more, especially after some of the Montgomery County and other regions open kind of in phase 2 and phase 3 to see whether or not we spike again. But the sheer impact of this disease on households is just, I don't know how some of our families are getting through it. And it's incredibly devastating on all levels. So.
And I'll just add that businesses are not businesses. Businesses are people. So they are dealing with the very same thing. All of these things that Grace is discussing, these families that she's working with who have folks who have contracted the virus or succumbed to the virus, a lot of them are small business owners. So for us, I'll say, Councilmember Kovar, this conversation of is it enough? We will wait and see. It would be fantastic to say that it is. I think this is a 3-year minimum commitment moving forward, especially thinking about small businesses. I definitely think that the additional cost to doing business is something that no one was ready for. Our numbers that we've given to you now total about $570,000. And that gives Grace and I wiggle room of about 10%, 13%. And we save that space for a reason.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say there has to be more. There has to be more immediately. I just wanted to be on record myself as saying I'm open to providing more if we need it. That's all that was about. So I
Thank
know
you.
it's late, and it's just I don't want to use up all the time. I just have a few other questions, and maybe this is one for the city manager. To what extent, if any, we've set up this fund, do we need to vote on specific proposals here to if we agree with these things to put them in motion, or how does that work?
So at least for most of this, no, you don't need to, because the actual expenditures are within the lower amounts. There will be, there's a possibility, I think, and I wanted to check with the city attorney about having a larger amount go to MUST, because that's different than the contract was with MUST.
Okay.
And so that might be something that comes to you for approval. That would actually be my preference. The other items don't need to, because they're not kind of hitting those various thresholds, and you've identified this in the budget. I do want the general support of the council of these various buckets, because I think that that's, and then I think there has to be back and forth with us reporting about how that's going, where we think that adjustments are needed, and that kind of thing. So this is one of these situations where it was put in the budget as a fairly lump sum amount. And we're trying to describe how we think it makes sense to spend it. Each of these things where it says $50,000 for assistance to homeowners, I mean, they're not going to be over the amounts that would normally come to council. So it's not like there's a particular contract or something.
Got it. Okay. Just a few more questions. Thank you for that. So it was obvious from the PowerPoint that for Samira and Grace, you're doing a ton of work without a lot of extra help given the size of the staff. And so I think we all appreciate that, but I also worry about that. And so that is why I had suggested at one point, would it make sense to have some sort of committee that wouldn't be responsible for sending out the money, but just could be eyes and ears within the community to help identify situations or circumstances or places where additional help was needed. And if anyone wants to comment about that idea, that struck me as something that could be beneficial, not as a criticism of the work the staff is doing at all, but as a valuable supplement.
So my personal belief on that is that it would be very difficult. I think the folks who are knowledgeable and involved in this are really, really busy. And the other folks aren't necessarily people who are knowledgeable, and similar to the discussion about talking about issues with policing, need to be the people that this is affecting the hardest, and they tend not to be those folks.
All right.
I prefer to report to the council.
Okay, two other questions on healthcare. So I liked what I saw about PPE and some of those things. There wasn't a lot except for the businesses on testing. There wasn't really anything for the residents on testing. And I know that's generally been a county job, but and we've tried to bring mobile testing here to the area. So would testing potentially be part of it for residents? And then secondly, in terms of the reopening, and this would apply more to businesses, I suppose, how are we going to deal with social distancing if compliance isn't there? So it's two separate health related questions.
I'm sorry, I want to clarify. You said, how would we deal with social distancing?
Well, when the businesses start up, I mean, I'm thinking about Laurel Avenue, for example, there's certain rules and guidelines that businesses and the patrons are supposed to follow. And
right.
What if they don't?
So the way that we can support those businesses is with gentle reminders. So making sure that they have signage, making sure that they have instructional signage within their businesses and on the outside. And that's where the Healthy Business Initiative is that's what that's really about. Businesses are figuring out the new model, the new operations. So I do think there will be some trial and error we'll, we've seen that with the restaurants so far. So we expect to continue to see that. And during that trial and error, we also expect for there to be some positive cases. But I believe that the cities in this assistance is really kind of around the instructional piece and messaging to help the businesses get that out. We don't want our businesses to become enforcers, but we want our businesses to be able to say, sorry, you don't have a mask. This is the sign. Remember, this is a rule, and be able to have just an information exchange with their customers as opposed to a conflict.
I mean, I do think it would be more necessary than maybe you're anticipating to have city staff involved in some way, because even at the most limited level that we had before, there's a wide range in how the different businesses approached it, and some were complying really well and some honestly weren't. And so I think it's something that staff need to be more involved in than perhaps you're anticipating right now. And I will let others ask questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask you, oh, thank you. Thanks, Samira. Oh, there you are. I didn't even see you on the video. Great. I like that we can see each other as we're talking. Thank you very much. Perfect. Councilman Dybala.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, to Grace and Samira and all the other people who are working on this, thank you so much for your tireless efforts to help our residents and our small businesses, especially those who most need it, over the past couple of months. It's been awesome. And then at the same time to produce a thoughtful plan for how to spend what I think is a fair amount of money. I really appreciate it. My overall reaction is that the buckets are pretty good. The balance remains to be seen, and I think you might agree that over time we'll know what the balance of some of those amounts is. I have, like Councilmember Culver, I have some questions about some buckets that may be missing. And I have a bunch of questions about what the city can do on rental assistance and evictions, and that we don't have time for that conversation tonight. So I would like to ask if we can have that conversation at some other council meeting in the near future. What, if any, are the city options for helping with eviction assistance of various sorts? I understand from reading the memo that the city attorney produced that they were very limited in what we can do legally. So that's not tonight, but I would really like to have that conversation. One of my questions had been about whether there were basic COVID prevention needs built into this, and you've answered that question. You have that in there. And you alluded to the close coordination with county programs, and I just note that there's a new county business micro enterprise program that opened applications today. I'm not saying this because staff needs to hear it. I'm just mentioning this in case there are residents who are also small businesses, micro businesses that may not have heard of it. And I'm sure that economic development staff can talk to you about it if you have questions.
Cindy, the emphasis is on businesses that are 5 people or less.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So two more specific things for tonight that I just want to, 3 that I want to. So in talking about rental assistance and evictions, I know that there's been some work already to contact landlords and talk with them about how that might work. And so a question, maybe this isn't for tonight, maybe it's just a question, whether the rental assistance funds, how that would get handled. Would it be payable directly to the landlord? Would it be in exchange for some kind of discount to some kind of, I don't know. That's an area to discuss later. I apologize. That's not for tonight. But the mechanics of working with landlords to prevent evictions and to assist their finances as small businesses in many cases, not all of them, but some of them are small businesses. And how that coordinates is an area of interest to me. But for tonight,
Councilmember Dhavala, just very quickly, all payments under rental assistance go directly to the landlord.
So they do. Okay.
Yep, everything goes directly to the landlord.
So for tonight, just two other things. One of you, I'm afraid I don't remember which, alluded to coordination and data sharing with other departments, with other staff, and I would like to very much encourage that. It's all, as far as I'm concerned, it's all hands on deck to help the front line of our assistance programs, to support them through the work of other departments. We've talked in previous council meetings about the climate program and just the little things that they've been able to do to help. And that's got to be true of all the other programs, and with information and resident contact databases and all that. So I'm just parking that as a thought. And I did want to mention one other, some of the housing programs are targeted. Much of the housing program is targeted to rental assistance. There's the mortgage assistance for non-federally funded mortgage holders. And then we have over time talked about property tax deferral for those who need it in an emergency. And I would like to hear, again, maybe not tonight, some more details about how that might work and how that might fit into this scheme of helping those who need the help the most. Deferring mortgage payments is a longer term strategy, perhaps. It's not the immediate, I have to pay my rent right now kind of assistance. But at least in my ward, there's a number of long-term residents, many of whom are African American, have owned their homes for 30, 40, more than that years, and are on the edge. And this might just be the time when it tips them over. And that's my fundamental concern about that. So those are just some thoughts, some feedback for all of you for tonight. And I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you so much. If you have comments on what I've said, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we're in a MASH situation, and it's very much triage. I think what will happen, and I'd love to have a deeper, longer conversation about what's going to happen in terms of eviction, because I think it's going to happen in waves. There are folks that are teed up to be evicted that had court dates in March. So those will be the first wave of folks. And then, we're going to try to save as many folks as we can. But again, there's so many barriers. It's unbelievable. I would say for my team who've been talking to folks, our conversations are a minimum of an hour, because we're talking to people about so many issues to get to the main issue of, can you help me with my rent? These are complex issues, and I think we're going to be, meaning the city of Tacoma Park is going to be on the right side of helping its community and this community, because there are going to be just so many folks who are on the edge. And for everybody who's watching and council, this, many of our units are a part of the rent stabilization program, which means that rents are much, much lower than they are outside of our city limits. And so if you're paying $1,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment, if you lose that 2-bedroom apartment at $1,000, where are you going in our area?
Yeah.
You're not even staying East County. And so that's why these units are even more precious, because when our families are out of our community, that means that it's longer commutes to work. They have to drive, because if they're, kind of not on the metro or ride on or the bus system, it's going to be incredibly difficult. So I think this represents a multi-layered approach to what we see in terms of just helping people get back on track.
Okay. One other thing before I turn this over to someone else, I just want to say I appreciate what you said about holding back some of the funds because we don't know what the future will bring. I differ slightly from Councilmember Kovar in that I would be very willing to consider more funds if they're needed in the future, except that we don't know for the city funds what that's going to look like. And I can't assume that we will have the money to be able to add to this 6 months from now because we may have other pressing budgetary concerns. We don't know either. So I really like that you've planned a little bit for that, thought about keeping a little bit back for the next thing that we don't know about yet. Thank you. I'm done with my comments.
Great. Councilmember Smith.
Just want to thank Ms. Gaines and Ms. Wiggins on their presentation. Bravo, that was excellent. It was like a little peek in Black life in Tacoma Park. Black folks are struggling. People are struggling. I mean, this aid that we have put together for the end of this fiscal year and primarily for next fiscal year is life or death for some people. It's whether or not you might be homeless. This isn't just, helping people with a cut on their arm. We're talking about people losing a limb. And we are trying to do whatever it takes. I believe it is our responsibility to do whatever it takes to make sure they don't lose that limb. So I want to thank you guys for this presentation. I want to thank you for your honesty. I look at this as like our little Kerner Commission report, the 1968 report looking at what happened, the protests in '68. So I really appreciate you guys diving deep and actually talking about what is going on in our city. It is, a majority ethnic city. And that, for some people that don't understand it, this is one of the main reasons why people are in the street. It's not just that police executions, it's the disproportionate hit that Black and brown folks are taking with COVID. It is the economic destruction that is happening with the Black community. So this isn't just, a one-time thing. This is a massive tsunami that is hitting Black and brown folks. I have a couple questions on regarding the demographics of our business community, Ms. Gaines. I don't know if you mentioned this, but what would you say is the demographic makeup of the business community, specifically the Crossroads, the 182 businesses that you referenced? And of those 182, do you have an estimate of how many people are going to be able to make it? Because I just saw a CNBC post that said 25,000 retailers are going to close this year. That number has never come up before in this country.
So I talked about really having a need for technology because there were several things we didn't have and we had a small staff. One of the things we don't have is data. In the fight for racial equity and justice, we need data. That is the sunlight on everything we do. We do not have data on race, gender of our businesses. With that said, our mini grants program will help us get a peek into a couple things. One, the grant agreements include an agreement to complete a update survey in October, the end of October, beginning of November. that survey, I will include, for the first time, demographics. I'm going to ask about race, gender, age, and we know how we can guess, right? We can guess. We know what the crossroads looks like, so we can guess. If I had to put money on it, it looks like the city. It's majority Black and brown people who own businesses. With that said, so we do not have data on business demographics, but that mini grant program that represents, like I said, a nice little cross section of about 10 to 15% of our overall businesses, I think it'll tell us a lot about where they are. They also will tell us whether or not they're closing. And that's information I don't have right now, but we'll know they have plans to close. They think they can make it. They think they need more funding, and we'll identify through that survey, and I'm really looking forward to it actually, how we target some of those pots of money that I talked about. So the answer is no, we don't have the data, but we do have plans to get a closer look and to start retaining data.
Excellent, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. That's, data is like oil nowadays. It's, extremely valuable. I will say, I don't say this very often, but whatever you guys need, that's how I feel right now. Please do not hesitate. If you guys see the wind blowing just a little in the direction where you need more assistance, please do not hesitate, because I'm afraid that these things are going to snowball. And council is going to go into recess in August. That's right around the corner. With the courts opening up, we just don't really know how many people are going to get eviction notices. We don't know. Even those landlords that have pilots with the city, or we think we have good relationships with them, who knows? Because a lot of them, their bottom lines are hurting also. So we need to be prepared financially with a big stick, whatever amount of money we need to try to stem some of this. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. If you have an emergency meeting, whatever, to get more funds to help not just our business community, but our homeowners and our renters. I just once again want to say thank you guys very much for doing this. Ms. Gaines, I don't have a lot of questions for you because I probably know all the answers already. But thank you. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. I appreciate your work with the city. I know you guys are not sleeping a lot. I know that you guys are doing yeoman's work. I know it's just a couple of you, and I really, really appreciate it. And the residents in Takoma Park appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilman Searcy.
Sorry, I have like 5 mutes. So I want to echo Councilmember Smith's appreciation for all of the work that HCD has been doing, also without a director. So the amount of work that has come out of your shop has just been amazing, and we really appreciate all of the hard work that you've put in. I want to say that the presentation was amazing. It was a great presentation, not just because you identified the needs in the community, made sure everyone understood that, and made recommendations in terms of budget allocations, but you did it within the restrictions you have in terms of FTE, right? We could ask for a lot of work, but we only have a certain number of people to do said work, right? So I do think it's important, and I kind of listening through the recommendations that you have and the budgets that you're proposing, and given the level of uncertainty, I think you all are at that sweet spot in terms of at least getting us through the end of the fiscal year before we're in a place, I'm sorry, the end of the calendar year before we're in a place to kind of revisit and kind of see where we are. So would you say that based on the plan that you've outlined, that if you all were just able to move forward for the most part, to implement the recommendations you have right now, that we would probably be able to have enough funding in the work that you've outlined to get us through the calendar year? So we would be entering into the first part of 2021 before we may need to pump more money into or reallocate funds.
Yes. As far as my capacity goes, the answer to that is yes. And I will say that my intern, who has been tremendous and a lifesaver in anticipating things that, you know, a little lack of sleep and a million plates in the air, balls in the air, and plates spinning, she's been able to kind of catch those gaps. Her internship will end toward the end of the year. So I really do anticipate trying to get a lot done before she leaves, and I have to kind of go through that hiring process from a distance and all of those things again. So I do think that we are good in economic development through the end of the year and into the end of the calendar year and well into 21.
Okay.
So Council Member Searcy, I just want to add something, and your comment and question just brought this to mind. The fact that we were able to hire a fully bilingual Spanish speaker on our housing team has opened up doors. We are now communicating. First of all, Julia Sarmiento has been able to attract people who call us from Silver Spring saying, "Can you help me? Can you help me?" And you know, she's had to say, "I'm sorry, we only work with Tacoma Park," but her reputation in our Central and Latin American community has started building, and it's made such a difference. That is probably the hardest part of our community to connect with. And I think this is a turning point for us. So we're not only doing all the same things that we did prior to COVID, but now, you know, last week we held our very first Spanish only webinar. And we've never done that before. We usually do some kind of translation during the presentation, but I think we're going to see other doors open, and we're going to see people come to us and begin to trust us because we respect the fact that they don't speak English well, they feel a connection to our staff, and you know, we are spending a lot of time kind of talking through issues. The one wish that I have is that all of our residents that can return to their jobs are able to do that. That is going to be a big, big, big deal. Because many of them, you know, when I see those red cabs go by, that means one of our residents is making money as a cab driver, an Uber driver, a Lyft driver. They're doing Instacart, they're doing a bunch of things. That's really going to be the difference in terms of longevity, because Samira mentioned, you know, workforce development. It'll take us some time to get that ramped up and for people to be certified and trained. It's about jobs and income right now. And for many of our families, and I don't know who mentioned this, it is an absolute shame. They would love to go out to work. They would love to spend a day at a job. And they can't find a job. They can't make that connection. And to work on or to work with a family where they feel either that they can't make it or they're willing to do anything it breaks our hearts every day. And there's a lot of pride that goes along with this. And for many people, jobs it defines who you are. And especially for our foreign-born families that have come to our country looking for the opportunity that they couldn't get in their own countries. This has been a psychologically devastating moment. And there are times where we're just on the phone with them telling them, it's going to be okay. You're going to be fine. And so we want to provide that level of support to all of our residents, both rental and homeowners. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point because I know we're at 11:30, but I especially appreciate and I've told you all this before, the HOA allocation and recognizing that it may not necessarily go towards funding or paying HOA fees possible. But I do want to echo the importance of the condo financing structure, how these condo communities are currently our only entry-level home ownership opportunities in the city, right? And there's usually a huge price gap between, a $200,000, because they're about $200,000 or more, condo versus a $500,000, $600,000, $1 million single-family home, right? And so, making sure that we have the right mechanisms in place to really try to maintain the financial structure of these condo communities is critical for their fiscal viability, because once they go down in terms of arrears or a number of folks that are renting out their units, that means they no longer qualify for things like FHA funding. That means they start to lapse on certain infrastructure improvements that they need to make, and they just go downhill from there. So I think it's going to be really, really important for us to make sure that we're kind of getting in, and Grace has been kicking in doors to make sure that we have those connections with the homeowner associations in the condo community. So thank you so much for including that in your recommendations as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Costick.
Thank you very much. I know it's late, so I will just be very brief, but I just want to echo, first of all, the thanks from my colleagues. I really, really appreciate all the work that you all are doing, and the amazing ability you have, the amazing work that you've been able to do and make the pivot from the work that you were doing before, which is related but somewhat different, to the COVID specific response. And I think it shows the importance of the work that you're doing and the way that the community relies on the city and relies on the help that can be provided in times of crisis. And it's clear that there's a huge need, and what you've presented tonight, I think, is really helpful in terms of understanding that and the complexity of that, as well as some of the ways that it can be addressed. So I really, really appreciate all that you're doing. You touched on this a little bit, and I'm really excited about some of the initiatives you mentioned with regard to the, I think it was called the Engage Tacoma Park campaign, which sounds like it's making, really doing some exciting work in terms of connecting with people and making new connections and building trust and trying out some new methods of communication, as well as the ability to connect with Spanish speakers in the city and make those connections. So the question, I mean, I have several other questions I can follow up with you on later, but for right now, the main question I was curious about was how people are finding out and reaching out to the city, finding out about and reaching out to the city, and what more can be done to make sure that people are thinking to reach out to the city if they are experiencing a crisis. Because I imagine that there are some people who do think that, and others who, just for whatever reason, don't have the city on their radar in terms of a place they can go for assistance.
So I'll start. So I don't know. I think I can't even answer that, Councilwoman, because we're getting phone calls from people who we've not engaged with ever before. I think one of the tools that, if I could pinpoint to one thing, it's reaching out to landlords and management representatives individually. The mayor and I have been on a series of calls with nonprofit housing providers in our city and other folks and just sitting down with them and explaining, we don't want to see folks evicted. And, you know, to the credit of many of our managers, they don't want to see folks evicted either. You know, we're working with the family, and the mayor has been working with this family with us. You know, you talk about it takes a village, you know, where, you know, the wife, the mom, the matriarch is still hospitalized. It's been over a month. And, you know, we don't know when she's coming back home. And, you know, it's just, you know, we didn't find out about them because they reached out to us. We found out through the manager, who said, I think one of my residents has tested positive. Can you help? So we've really taken it upon ourselves to be engaged with the management. And even though, you know, not every relationship is 100%, but what I found, you know, we go toe to toe, and, you know, two of the staff here, Jean Kerr and Patty Mallon, work with residents in transactional ways, but they too are getting phone calls from managers and property owners saying, what do I do? I own this condo. This is my first time renting. My tenant's not paying. How can you help me? You know, they've been reaching out to everybody. So I can't say that any one of us has the secret sauce in terms of connection. I think it's the customer service focus of the city government that makes people want to reach out to us because they think we have the answers. And even if it's a licensing issue that they worked with the city on a year ago, they feel comfortable reaching out to the city's licensing specialist, Patty Mallon, and saying, can you help me? And that's happened not just once, but multiple times. So we're doing our best. I think there's more that we can do. But, you know, the one thing that I know from my professional life is the more successes you have, the more people talk about where you should go when you run into a problem. So, you know, that happens, I know, with council as well, but Samira and I see this often. When you have a victory for somebody and it works out, they tell people, and they tell people, you know, they're compassionate, they care. Maybe they can't solve all the problems, but they'll try to do something. They'll try to do something. So Samira, I'll turn it to you.
And Casey, our businesses are coming from maybe 4 areas. The first would be our business associations. So it's OTBA and CDA. The relationship though, so OTBA and CDA, we're also getting businesses from housing, straight from Grace, because our residents are entrepreneurs. Our residents are business owners. And whether or not they are vending and popping up, or whether or not they have, you know, a storefront, you know, right downtown or right in the crossroads, our businesses are really overlap with our residential population. So that should be noted and understood, that when Grace is working with me, it's because of the same thing. So part of that part of the complexity is that they're not just looking for jobs in that family, but someone also has a business. So they're coming from housing, the business associations, and then they're coming from our council. So you guys are really great conduit to your wards. I know that the businesses in some of your wards aren't represented by business associations. So having you all reach out to me and say, hey, you know, take a look at this business. You know, council member Kostick, we had that conversation actually a little bit after the mini grant had closed. And I was able to have a great conversation and assistance with that business. And the reason why they weren't on our radar is because their headquarters is not in Takoma Park, but one of their sites is in Takoma Park. So those are the main conduits. I'll say the issue for me is getting to know the other folks who aren't represented, but also changing the relationship. Currently, our business relationships are all transactional. So when they hear from the city, they think they've done something wrong, or that they owe a bill or that a resident is complaining. That's what they think. So when I say to someone, no, I really want my interest and the city's interest is that not only does your business survive in Tacoma Park, but that your business thrives in Tacoma Park. It's kind of an eye-opening conversation. So for me, the biggest issue is not necessarily finding them, and it's connecting with them.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add too, because the relationships that the city staff, including Samira and Grace and those they work with, really have built up. You know, I know, as Samira said, she hasn't been in the city long before COVID-19 hit, but some of the outreach that she did, particularly to the businesses in the Crossroads very early on, when we did that like Saturday walk around with Laura, the different businesses, and then the work with Delegate Wilkins on the Purple Line funding. So, you know, these were businesses that when we went to them, were like, no one from the city is like come to us, as Samira just said, in a proactive way. And so, and I will just say that I also think, as Grace said, her doing the calls with the apartment buildings and the condo buildings has really also led to a number of people, I think, particularly on the unemployment issues, to reach out to us. And the third thing I think is really building connections with individuals in different places that we know connect with larger groups either in an apartment building or in a certain segment of our community. And I know that's another place where sometimes, like, I can tell either Grace or I are like have just had a conversation with somebody, because the next day we get 5 emails. And so it's kind of continually touching base with those key people, seeing what they need, reminding them. Inevitably, one of those emails or conversations then results in the next day a bunch of people who we've never talked to reaching out. So I just want to thank you guys. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's clear that the number of people we have reaching out is a tribute to your hard work and relationship building and the trust that you're able to build with people, which is completely invaluable. So thank you all very much, very much. Just one other quick thing, and then I will sign off. The other thing in terms of communicating with people, I think it would be useful as we go on. It might be on some people's radar right now, but over the coming year, is to also communicate about what's happening about the level of need widely throughout the community as well. Because I've received a couple of inquiries from people who were interested in donating some of their stimulus check, for example, and were looking for a place to donate. And they asked, well, what is the level of need in terms of donating to the city of Tacoma Park versus, you know, a nonprofit that's doing work? And obviously there are many valuable nonprofits that people could donate to, but you know, I think just raising that awareness that people might want to donate to Tacoma Park if they're looking to do so, and that there is a need, and being able to communicate that with people, I think would be really valuable. So again, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank both of you for all the great work. I don't want to say too much because I think your head probably has gotten pretty big tonight with all the compliments you've gotten. I'll just say for me, you guys are a dream come true. And I really appreciate what you've been doing and really your dedication and your heart that you put into this job. I really thank you for that. You know, I appreciate what Councilmember Smith said earlier. But I know that sometimes some people will get confused, and I just want to make sure from both of you that our assistance to people is not based on any race. It's across the board. You know, the people in need, it may be a great disparity in the race that has the need, but I know there are many people who are of each race that are really hurting at this point in time.
Yeah, Council Member Siemens. So I also want to say publicly thank you to you and your wife, because you all have been just absolutely fantastic in getting food out to folks and helping tremendously. We're here to help residents. You know, we are one city, and we want to make sure that we're able to help people that are in need. And so we don't want people waiting in the wings until the 11th hour. I mean, we'll help you in the 11th hour as well, but it is way easier to help people on the early end. The one thing I will say, I know that there are a number of homeowners that, you know, I don't want anybody to run the risk of losing their home, whether it's a rental or you're a homeowner with a mortgage. I want to make sure that we are meeting your needs, and please, you know, reach out to us confidentially. We don't have to share anything. Again, there are a lot of issues, and I mentioned shame earlier, that things aren't working out, that you've lost your job. I know there are a number of folks we work with, our Montgomery County Public School substitute teachers who have struggled, and folks who are 9-month employees who are struggling, who are not eligible for certain unemployment benefits. We want to try to see you get over that hump. We don't know what the future looks like, but we're willing to at least be a partner with you to help you find solutions that make the most sense. I'll leave it there. And Samira, if you have anything to add, please. I'm going on mute.
I'm just confirming, Councilmember Siemens, I work with businesses. I work with folks who are for-profit businesses trying to make a living from their own ingenuity, creativity, and provide jobs for others. And that's, you know, that's my target. I am blessed to work in Tacoma Park because what that also means is I get to work with communities of color, which are close to my heart because I'm a woman of color. However, with that said, I love working with women because I'm a woman. So we definitely all have our unconscious biases, but none of our programs do. I will say, I also run into nonprofits who I then say, you know, I work for-profit organizations, for-profit businesses, which nonprofits are also businesses, I will say that. And I often tell them they need to think like businesses because nonprofit is a tax status. It is not a business model. They still have to make money. But please do not feel in any way that there is an overlooking of our businesses in the city. I'm looking for everyone because everyone who owns a business will pay the taxes to grow our city and reduce our taxes for our homeowners. So, you know, the math is easy for me. But I will say it does give me pleasure that I can work in such a diverse community.
Thank you. And I'd just like to close with thank you, Ms. Wiggins, for mentioning the food program. If you or anyone else knows of a need for food, I would appreciate you letting me know because I don't want to sit around the house getting fat. I need to be out there doing something. So please give me a call. We can find food.
Thank you, Councilmember Siemens. And I think I lost 10 pounds with you and your wife a couple of weeks ago. So I think I'm good. Running around giving out food. So really just wonderful work.
I think some of those people may need food again. So, you know, give me a call later this week.
Yeah, we'll talk again for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise you won't have to touch a box.
Thank you. I'll just say thank you. I'll just add my thanks to everyone else's tonight. This was a great presentation. I'd love to do a deeper dive at some point, but not tonight, on the engagement Tacoma Park and that pilot. And as you know, participatory budgeting is something near and dear to my heart. So I jumped off the slide for me. So at some point, I'd like to learn more about that tool. And I really don't, I mean, like in listening to you all, I think it sounds like these are the right buckets. I know neither one of you are shy to talk and to tell us what you need. So I don't have a worry that, and you are great advocates for our residents and businesses. So I do believe that if something shifts, or if you're seeing or hearing something, you will bring it to our attention. And I very much appreciate that. I think that is all for me. I'm looking forward to, hearing more about the work as it moves forward. And I hope we can have maybe another check-in before the council goes on recess towards the end of July, just so that we get a sense if you do need anything from us. I think it was Councilmember Smith who mentioned that, we're generally don't meet in the month of August. So if there is anything you need from us, I want to make sure we get it to you before we go on recess. So I think I don't see any other hands. Is there anything else you all need from us? I think I'm hearing across the board pretty much consensus that you've identified the key areas that we've all agreed to. There are a couple of questions people have of wanting to go more in depth in some areas. And I think we all just want to, be kept informed of what you're doing, because it's a great work. And it's really nice to see you, Samira Cook-Gaines, since it has been since March. I've heard your voice, but this is the first time I've gotten to see your face since March, and it's very nice to see you.
Well, thank you for that. I will say it was a staff team effort in choosing our tech companies, and quorum was high on the list because of participatory budgeting, as well as the petition piece. We want to wrap around, and I'll be working with the city clerk to see how we can help some of our residents kind of connect to the process there. So you'll be hearing more, and you'll definitely be hearing how the pilots are going.
Great. Terrific. All right. Well, thank you. And it's before midnight, so I can still say good night.
We still have other items.
I know. I can say good night to Samira and Grace. I don't think they care about the contracts for engineering services. You're more than welcome to stay on. But I think we're going to turn it over. I think Ms. Braithwaite is hopefully still awake and with us.
I am, but I'm not turning on video. Yeah, past 14 hours, you don't get to see me. It's not pretty.
Oh, thank you. Do you want to just, Ms. Braithwaite, run us through the contracts and what we have before us?
Sure. This is something that the city started over 10 years ago. It was actually a collaboration with our planning office and the public works office, given the large amount of projects that were coming before us and the community interest in sidewalks, traffic calming, and various other planning initiatives. It became very clear that we needed engineering support in order to make this stuff happen. So we collaborated and identified a number of engineering services contracts that were bid through the county. And we did a big interview process with probably almost a dozen firms, and ended up selecting 3 firms at the time. We remained with 2 of them. So this is a process we've undertaken just about every 5 years. This will be our 3rd round of contracts. So it's the way we maintain engineering support for the city for things like traffic calming, our ADA inspection and compliance work, as well as new sidewalk design. There are separate projects that come up, like Flower Avenue, for instance, and the Ethan Allen Avenue project, which require its own separate bidding process for design. But the goal here is to use on-call engineering services for any of our engineering needs. And so what's in front of you tonight is a request to do the next round of contract approvals for two of the firms that we've worked with now for just about 10 years, RKK and WRA. They both went through the bidding process with Montgomery County DOT and through their competitive bid process. In the past, we've used that same vehicle to secure contracts with them at the county contracted rate. That's what we're looking at this evening. The contract process itself, we follow the county's process. So their contract term is an initial 3-year contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions. So the total length of time the contract could be available is for a 5-year period. However, you could stop after 3 years or not add the additional single-year contracts. We could stop any of them at any time should we find that we are unhappy with the quality of services. When we first started this 3 years ago, we tried to secure 3 firms for the work so that we could share the work and spread it out over the contracts. We have not been able to find a third company that we like working with for any number of reasons. Sometimes the expertise of the firm is just not what we're needing. Other times the firms themselves have had to downsize. So we've been pretty consistent with RKK and WRA. We would still be happy to entertain potentially the services of a third firm if we found one that we thought was doing good work in the area and had a competitive awarded contract that we could ride in. So we always keep our ear to the ground on that. But at any rate, we're looking to, our contracts expired at various times, end of last year, and I think February of this year for one. And so in order to maintain an on-call engineering services, we'd like to re-up the contract. We understand that, the budget for next year has a number of items that would potentially, where they'd use these services and the funds have been put on hold. So of course, there wouldn't be any expenditure of funds that weren't approved through the council for projects. But I think that pretty much covers it. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Given that this is kind of the third time we've done this, it's fairly our standard practice now, and we've been pretty happy with the outcome and the partnership that we have with these firms.
Great. Not seeing any hands up. I think let's see, Councilman DeBala.
Yeah, hi, thanks very much. I know it's late, but just very quickly, what's this, maybe I missed it because it's late, but what's the order of magnitude of spending on average over the course of these 5-year contracts?
Yeah, I took a look at the past, what have I got, 2017, 18, 19, 20, past 4 years, and it ranges. It really depends on the requests that we have in front of us and kind of the status of existing projects. And again, this does not include those major special projects like Flower Avenue, where we had an entirely separate bidding process for design development. So again, the expenditures that we use these contracts for typically are new sidewalk design. And in any of the past 4 years, we've spent anywhere from $70,000 to looks like $90,000 in new sidewalk design. We also use them for our ADA inspection when we're doing ADA sidewalk work. So to ensure compliance and to oversee the work of our contractor. And we spent a range of a low of $25,000 in 1 year to a high of looks like $60,000 in another year. And then we also use these firms sometimes for construction administration separate from the ADA work, and that's very project specific. And then lastly, traffic calming, to develop traffic calming design proposals, and that's usually in the 10 to 20,000 range over the course of a year. This again, not construction dollars. These are design dollars.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That gives us all an idea of what we're committing ourselves to. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, and of course, this next year coming up, we've certainly had holds on funds in the past, but this next year coming up, I think we start the fiscal year with most of our engineering type related construction project dollars on hold. So we wouldn't be doing any ADA work, nor traffic calming, nor new sidewalk work until the council releases the funds.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Ms. Braithwaite, I just want to go on the record and say that RKK is an excellent firm. They helped with designing the Flower Avenue Green Street project. Had a great time working with them. Appreciate that they will once again be a contractor with the city. Thank you.
Well, thanks. I'm sure they appreciate hearing that. And we've been very, very happy with them. They, as the phrase goes, they kind of get us.
Well, that's, yeah, for construction firms, design firms to get us is pretty high praise. So let's hold on to them. I do not see any other hands. I think we're good on this item. It will come back next week for a vote. It will be in a consent agenda. So I think with that, we are adjourned for the evening, and it's just midnight. So thank you all. Appreciate all the work, and more to come. Don't forget Tuesday night. We have the meeting with the delegation, and we want to make sure we're getting some good questions in from folks. So please push that out. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.